Dragonlance, Shadow of the Dragon Queen. I got all these handsome motherfuckers sitting in front of me right here. Welcome. This is going to be our new game every other Saturday night, 6:30 p.m. Pacific, 9:30 East for our Florida man. Let's dive in. Let's just dive right in. The campaign takes place in a place we don't play. We've never played before in Dragonlance, on the world of Kryn. Kryn is a very storied landscape. There's a lot of shit. There's a lot of history that will unfold, I think, as the campaign goes along. Why don't we see who's going to be playing in this campaign? Let's go around the horn here. I see a Coke moving in the background there. Let's get you out first this time, big guy.
Sure. Okay. No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure. What do we want to know?
Who is this man? Who is this person you are playing in our adventure?
I am playing the legendary, the brave, you dare say, of Harambe. And his goal is to give vengeance on all zookeepers and save all the children, especially the one he never was able to save. And his goal is to rid the world of any evil that dare harm those that are innocent. And he's ready.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We'll go across the table here and go to Chris.
I'm Chris. I'm playing Krellin Dolar. He is a fighter who specializes in the polearm. He's been raised by a famous former knight of Solamnia, Sir Frederick Humphreys III, and has spent almost his entire life in a small little training camp for a mage tower that isn't supposed to be there, but is under careful watch of the realm. So he has lived almost his entire life just training and training and training, with the only real entertainment they have is the occasional merchant or adventurer that has stopped by to see Sir Frederick Humphreys. So he is out and about to learn of the world and hopefully bring some more peace to this land.
Beautiful. Callum.
Sean. Yo. I am playing the young human Callum. He is newly a cleric and is starting his journey in servitude to his deity, who is Kiri Jolath, and he is going to do whatever he can to serve his deity. And yeah, he's going to ready to start his first real adventure.
Beautiful. Alex.
Hello, I am Alex.
Very distant. There you go.
Yes, there we are. I have to flip my mic down. I will be playing the Paladin Oath of the Crown, Sir Xander, hailing from the small port town of Starport. Actually, not too sure this size. Grew up there, was mentored by a Knight of the Crown, Knight of Solamnia, and eventually was knighted and joined said order. Spent a couple years in said order before moving up to the Order of the Sword. And as Lord dictates, Knights of the Sword are expected, I guess you could say, to undertake a heroic quest of some kind. So that is what I will be attempting to do with this campaign and see where that takes me.
Beautiful. I left Kevin for last time. Let's not do that this time. Kevin, who is Spencer?
Now, my name is Spencer St. Clair. Now, before you go asking, yes, you are correct. I am the Spencer St. Clair, world-renowned romance and fantasy novelist.
Beautiful. I forgot you were going to do that.
I just died. That was amazing.
Oh, yeah.
They mentioned it earlier, and I was like, oh, yeah.
Our voice is on.
Last but not least, the elf of the group, Jimmy.
Yeah, hello, I am Jimmy, or Jim Jam, if some people know me by that. But I am playing Dorville, the half-elf druid. He is the Circle of Wildfire druid. Now, he got his wildfire powers in a very unconventional way, but that might come out later on. But he is on a journey to try and find the kidnappers of his quote unquote apprentice, a very, very well known herbalist and alchemist. And other than that, he found a note of a friend of his apprentice, and he is taking this note to heart because he was a very good friend, and he is headed out to go to the funeral of said friend.
Yeah, it's a good tie-in. This is our crew, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone knows me. If you don't know me, my name is Luke. I go by the name of Repercussions. I'll be running you through this nonsense. To get things going, I told everyone ahead of time that the campaign will begin with you headed off to the small town of Vogler. A mutual acquaintance that everyone kind of knows has passed. Here is the letter that was kind of sent out to all the friends of one Ispin Greenshield. It says, "Dear friend, I am Becklin Uthviharan. I've much heard about you from our mutual friend, Ispin Greenshield. It grieves me to share the news that our dear friend Ispin passed away peacefully here at his home in Vogler. May fortune and the old gods protect his soul. Ispin's friends are holding a memorial for him in the manner he always wanted. It will take place here in Vogler on the eve of the Kingfisher Festival. I write to ask you to do Ispin one last honor and attend. Should you come, accommodations will be available at the Brass Crab. Though the circumstances are sad, I am eager to meet you and through our memories to revel in the life of our great friend, Becklin Uthviharan, Knight of the Crown." So having received this unfortunate news of either a friend of yours, everyone has their own kind of inn that'll come, I'm sure will come out with time. You're on your way to Vogler to meet, not to meet, he's dead, to go to the funeral of one Ispin Greenshield. I'm going to take you to the world map. You could see where we're going. And you know what? I can't take you to the world map because I have too many pages open.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Place
This,
that we have never actually been to in any other campaign.
and it doesn't give me, like other campaigns, it doesn't give me an unmarked version. So I had to go and, well, it didn't take long. Tiffany sent it to me. Before I go too far, everything you're seeing on this stream here, all this hard work that's been put in has not been done by me. I'm just telling the story for these bums. All this hard work and shit, what you're looking at has been done by my wife, Tiffany. Hats off. Absolutely beautiful. Stunning.
His prettier half, for sure.
My much prettier half.
Thank you, Tiff.
Thank you,
Praise
Tiffany.
her. I looked at it. It
Yes.
looks so good. My God, it looks so good. I was like,
Absolutely beautiful.
my jaw dropped.
You also know you're hearing some lovely background noise. That is through the online player Sirenscape for all your TTRPG sound needs. It's pretty good. This is specifically a campaign sound set for this campaign. So we should be hearing some really relevant stuff throughout.
And horses.
And horses. Every now and then it just gets you like, I heard that.
Just random horse.
So Vogler, of course, isn't on this map because this is a much bigger map, but we will be focusing in the area around Calaman for this campaign. Vogler is just to the north of Calaman. Where's my draw tool? It's like over here. Little tiny little black mark that you can't see in the slightest. Over here. So to get there, you got to go by ferry. So the only way to get across the river is by ferry. So the way I'm going to have it start.
Aren't they too small?
No. You just hop on the back of like 10 of them. Right? Ferries? Wings?
I just picture like all the balloons, like
Spencer
in a mall,
immediately
where you have,
turns
like, all the
around and goes
fairies
back
that
the
are
way
just
he
lifting
came.
you up.
Yes, Ben's like, I don't need to see this anymore. This funeral is not for me. So as it starts, there's going to be a lot of people heading to this funeral. Ispin Greenshield, for what it's worth, is a very storied storyteller and adventurer extraordinaire. He is that kind of A guy that everyone has heard about, and he tells ridiculously tall tales that you don't know half the time whether he's talking out his ass or this is actually something that's happened to him. But some people that have met him and encountered him notice that a lot of this stuff actually does happen to him. It's just really out fucking landish to hear it all the time. So people from far and wide have been sent this similar letter that you guys got, noting of his passing. So there's a decent amount of traffic headed towards Vogler, especially from the city of Calaman, Solamnia. I'm gonna get it right. A lot of people are headed to Vogler.
We'll get it right eventually.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call it some like Somaliland by accident or something.
It's gonna be Somalia at some
Welcome
point.
to Somalia.
Somalian pirates, we. So, I asked you guys ahead of time if you wanted to be like an established adventuring party or you wanted to be on your own, kind of meeting up as things go. And it looks like we'd be meeting up as things go, which is absolutely fine. So, there's a big delegate, not big, there's a bunch of people headed to Vogler from Calaman. There's a few supply carts, a few families, a few adventurers doing their own thing. Where all you guys are coming from, it doesn't matter. You're on the road to Vogler. You may not be walking side by side with each other. You may be staggered along the path, a little ways up, a little ways back. You are about 4.5 hours maybe, away from the ferry that will take you from this side of the river to Vogler. You're walking down the path, and there's a loud scream ahead of you. Sounds like a shrill young male voice, and he sounds an absolute abject horror and terror as he runs. Help! Help, please, somebody! I gotta move you.
I do declare, that gentleman sounds like he's having some bit of trouble up ahead.
Let's eat him.
He's having the vapors.
Someone is in need of aid.
We must aid. Our good nature compels us.
I'm gonna move you over.
When Spencer sees all these like heavily armored, fighting-looking gentlemen rush up ahead, he kind of just slowly follows in behind to see what's going on.
Krellin moves up.
You hear all the clanking of the armor.
Oh god, it's tall.
It's a big map, and I put everything right where I need. Go ahead.
Dorville kind of slinks a little bit into the foliage of the forest.
Slinks, okay.
Everyone loves a slinky.
Where did that unseemly gentleman run off to? He did just disappear into the bushes.
No, I hadn't put him on the map. I was like, hey, where's my commoner? Why isn't my commoner on the map? So look at the lower left portion of the map here, and you will see a commoner. There's a young man running down the around the bend, around the road, coming down, screaming bloody murder. Help! 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 They're being attacked! Help! All the Willem screams. Yeah, you can place
What is
yourselves.
the matter? What is the matter, young person?
Help! Please! Please, I don't know what happened.
Are you hurt?
He looks down at his body. He's like, no! I'm scared shitless, though. Look behind him, there's a pile of shit on the ground.
Oh, God.
Wow,
Well,
he's very literal.
He says, no, help! Please! Please, they're being attacked!
What seems to be the problem? Who's being attacked? By what?
I was hired to walk with these soldiers, to show them the way, show them the area. And they came out of nowhere. They attacked our cart. I think some of them are dead.
Would you mind
Okay.
pointing us the way, sir?
Yeah,
We
just
can
keep
go
going
render aid.
keep going around the corner, and he runs like right through you to a family that's kind of maybe 100 feet behind, also on the road as well. He just runs to them like full throttle through. You can see he's drenched in sweat. He looks white as a ghost. He is extremely scared.
Does he smell from his pants?
If you move a little closer up, you might be getting that smell.
No, I'm good.
How curious.
All right.
I wasn't paying as much attention. Was that gentleman saying that the soldiers attacked their own wagon? Or he couldn't have been less clear if he had tried.
He's Shock.
Some kind of trouble ahead.
Regardless, it appears someone needs our aid. Come,
I
and mind the feces on the ground.
Watch your step. Watch your
Sidestep.
step.
I would like to move, but apparently my token is not yet on them.
Good
Put
job.
your own
bud.
token on the map.
I just
Put
fucking
your own
lost my
token on the map, but I'll put it on for you.
I just lost my token.
You silly penis. There you go. Why did my map just move?
Oh, and because you put it down, I can't control it. Cool. You know what? I'm just gonna do this.
Love that.
I'm just gonna do this. There.
Oh, there's two of them. Oh, you're
Yeah.
multiple, man.
Nope, we don't need to.
Oh.
One is more than enough.
How
One
would
is
you like?
enough.
How would you like to proceed? Dorville said he would like to slink into the woods a little bit. You'll note to your right there, Dorville, there's a big fucking rock. You
big
can
rock.
skirt up against it should you like, but it's probably 15 feet tall, give or take.
Yeah, I'd like to basically hug the wall and just stay on the ground though, and I'll.
It seems our homeless
Scurry
friend
up.
over there really likes that rock.
You
Yes.
you hear from the woods. Yes, it is. It is a very nice rock.
It's very smooth.
He doesn't look like he's too keen on being with other people. It's keep an eye on him. It's kind of an unusual behavior. Krellin grabs his glaive off of his back and then starts to jog up the path.
I follow
Jog.
closely behind.
Jog.
Callum's gonna lag behind a little bit. Just stay behind the
I'm-
bigger fighters.
I'm rushing almost to Krellin's side as a knight. It is my
Spencer,
duty.
Spencer
to
walks.
charge forward.
Let's move it. Go, boys. We charge.
What do we see from here? I take a look around. Do
This
I
is
see
far more exploration than I was really
Oh.
planning today.
It's a big fucking map. So
Oh my!
you see as you start to creep up, I closed the wrong thing,
Of course.
like a schmuck.
As is
You
tradition.
see as you start to creep up, this wonderful handout.
Oh.
A terrifying new enemy infiltrates the shadows of Solamnia.
Those are dope.
Draconian. Nobody really knows what a draconian is. I didn't know that had that in there. That's fine.
Huh.
What on
you
earth
could
are those
see-
lizard-like creatures?
Yeah, you see the
Devilry is this?
You see a wrecked wagon lies toppled, surrounded by armored corpses. Strange figures pick through the remains. From beneath the figures' dark cloaks, just scaly wings and sharp reptilian figures jut out. As you start clumping your way up the road, I believe I heard the term jogging. And it didn't
Yes.
take long for us to roll initiative as these scaly creatures turn to look you in the eyes.
Brutal.
Well, this is
Cool,
not really
this is
what
how
I
it's
had in
starting.
mind for this afternoon, but
Is this how we're starting? Awesome.
Why?
oh,
Oh,
good.
I
a
had people
six.
on my initiative tracker from before.
I wanna-
These are amazing
Oof.
initiative rolls.
It appears the shock has taken me, and I have fallen to the bottom of the list.
In
The f-
typical Serzanda style, he starts off with a crit fail.
Fuck.
first initiative roll of
Oh God, his initiative's actually
campaign,
a
and they
zero.
look amazing.
I thought the zero was the placeholder number from like adding
Yep.
it to the. No, he rolled a
Nope,
zero.
it's the actuals.
You rolled a 0.
My first roll of the game.
My
Oh.
young paladin friend, I'm afraid the adversaries we are facing in the other direction. No, you
looking
are
behind you.
currently looking the wrong way.
Sorry, I rolled really bad on one of mine too.
I've never seen demons of this sort. By the gods.
That is a tree,
must
my friend.
brace myself.
The ones you are facing, the ones you are facing are over there.
That one's quite stationary, my friend.
No, look at
Oh,
it. It
beautiful.
has a face. It's winking at me.
Okay. Wow, I wasn't expecting to go first with a mediocre roll. But
Well, let us all roll again then.
no,
Yep.
no, it's not gonna
Hey, we
happen.
can reroll.
You
that's fine.
just say we have
Don't
an
need to do that.
advantage. I rolled a 17 on my advantage roll.
So there are 4 creatures that look alike, and 1 that looks very different. There's your different-looking guy.
He looks so happy.
He looks so happy, but it's not his turn.
I was
It's
gonna
his...
say, can we, because you said there's cloaks. Like, can we see faces and heads?
Oh yeah, the cloaks are just merely like a Jedi when he uncowls.
They seem pretty
draped
thick.
on them.
They seem pretty like thick boys. So
They are all going to start moving.
it'd be a good time to remind myself what the fuck I even have for spells.
It's a good time to remind myself what these guys do. Turns out they can get close. That's about it. Harambe.
Oh boy.
Oh, you know what? I moved the wrong guy.
Oh,
Hold
the
on.
music
a sec.
kicked up. I'm scared.
There we go. Moved the wrong guy. I'll put some
Well,
little colors
much
on
more
these
to do
fellas.
besides we charge forward. Let's move up
Yeah,
to
there is
here.
a threat, and they are menacing. They're brandishing swords. They have long claws as well.
Let's lock swords with them.
Since I don't have
We're gonna
names.
attack the red guy with thy long sword. Ooh. Does a 12 hit?
First attack of the campaign. Big ol' miss.
Oof.
Swoosh. You
Uh,
gonna start swinging your sword, and he just like whoosh, ducks out of the way. Ducks, scooches to the side to avoid your blade.
gentlemen, they're agile. Careful, they're agile. I don't think I can do anything else. That'll end my turn.
Callum.
Callum is going to not cast that spell. He's going to move up.
Unless that spell was dispel lizard creatures. That'd be very good. I didn't
He's
bring that
gonna-
one.
He's going to stand up here, and he's going to get his whip, and he is going to attack Mr. Blue Guy there with his whip.
Eyes snarling in your face.
Kind of in its face.
Yeah, that's close to your faces.
17 for
17's a big ol' hit, and he just
For
recoils
4.
in pain as your whip like snaps onto his chin. He's like, ah! A bit of blood starts to trickle out from it, and he just gets this big grin, like.
and after that he's going to take 5 feet back. And he's going to end his turn.
Krellin.
Krellin sees Harambe, goes running forward, so he takes a couple of steps off to the side, brandishes his glaive, and slashes long and straight right into the attempting to hit
My
the creature in
goodness.
front of Harambe.
Fucking Spencer takes notes.
And misses completely by the looks of it.
Big miss.
Oh, he's agile.
Swings wild. The blade
Ugh.
lands in between Harambe and this lizard creature.
Ugh. Yep, that's Krellin.
Speaking of Spencer, what is Spencer doing? Taking notes?
Wow. He is like these quite the interesting creatures. Yeah, after he's done taking notes, he just kind of looks at him. I don't really know which one of these guys to go for. I'll fire an Eldritch Blast, an Eldritch Blast at Blue.
You're ready for that 1 on the damage dice.
One
It's
on
your
the
turn.
damage
It's
dice.
your turn.
That's
3.
That's like 3-1. That's like 3 Eldritch Blasts at the same
3
time.
Eldritch Blasts at once. Sorry, the red one?
No, Blue. The one that's been
Blue,
hit already.
okay. Yeah. He's boom, gets hit in the shoulder with this blast of force. Just like, it's just snarling.
And I turn to the young paladin that's just spinning in circles, lost, and I tell him, "Look, my young friend, I have faith that you are gonna get it together and vanquish these ugly foes." And I give him a bardic inspiration.
Ooh, very nice.
I gotta figure out where those are so I can check it off. There,
Bonus action.
there they are. I'm done. Actually, you know, I'll move up a little bit, and then I'm
All
done.
right. Dorville. Busy with the rock.
Yeah. I'm going to move up a little bit, but kind of stay within the flora and fauna of the
Just
bit of
hoping there's no more
forest.
fauna. That tree's gonna bite you.
And I'm gonna look at this guy right in front here.
He looks back.
You are some ugly creatures. And he's going to put his hands down, not say flame on, but produce a little bit of flame in his fingers and fire it off at Blue. Boop. Hopefully it hits this time. Hey,
Yep,
is that a hit?
big ol' hit.
18.
Just big ball of fire just like lands on his like midsection. He's like like struggling to pat it out. Anything else?
No, I do believe that is it.
Okay. So this guy's gonna go. This lone, different-looking fella. He's going to lope over to about here. Let's go a little bit further. Let's go a little bit further. And he's going to produce 2 daggers. He's going to proceed to just huck them one after the other at Krellin. Let's see what my first attack rolls look like for this campaign.
Low. Make him low.
16
Crit
and
fail.
17 to hit.
God damn it. Yep, hits both.
Oh,
This is unfortunately going to be a lot of damage, I think. First off, you're going to take 8 points of piercing damage, as well as 9 points of poison damage.
Oh,
And I need a
Oh,
Constitution saving throw. As you like pull one of these daggers out of you, you see it's coated in a thick green, like viscous fluid.
14.
You're like, oh, that's absolutely disgusting, and you kind of spit on your finger and wipe it off, and you feel pretty good. This guy is then going to proceed to, how much movement do I have left? It's not a lot, unfortunately. Start to move into the brush.
Krellin yells out as he tries to move a little bit further.
Alright.
Oh,
He
there we go.
that nasty one. He's got poison daggers. Be cautious.
Looks like he's fleeing.
Big old 0 on the initiative order.
due
that,
to the words of our dear Mr. St. Clair, I wake myself up and go, thank you, goodly bard. I don't know what came over me. Usually not like this, but
A
thank you
penis.
regardless. I turn around and I will bonus action cast
Shield of Faith.
off up in this Shield of Faith on myself,
Plus 2 AC.
and then I will
I don't have
move.
a concentration thing, do I, babe?
No new
Do I have a
trade.
concentration thing? Alex, go ahead, Alex. Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Do you want me to put something to say that I'm on?
No, I'll figure it out.
Then I move forward. As I do, I say to Callum, "Stay at a distance, my brother in Kirijoleth. I will deal with this." And I then will attempt to swing on Mr. Blue.
You have sword and shield, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So it will be the one-handed.
Yeah, that's a big ol' hit.
Yes, I will leave it at that.
Okay, so you cleave into him, and he is just dripping blood now. Labored breathing. But he's still standing. Any movement? Anything else? Are you done, Ski?
I think he said he was done.
Actually, Since I hit, can I add one more thing? Will you allow me this?
You smite?
No, I am going to. It's a specific thing from the Squire Salamnia, Precise Strike. I don't know.
Oh,
if
yeah,
I-
yeah.
I'm glad
you
you're the
add
first
a-
one for this.
Add a d8.
Yep.
It was,
You
I,
can
I
do
was
this.
also going to give advantage, but
2 times between long rests.
Yeah, you can do it your proficiency bonus per long rest. Yeah, go ahead. Roll a d8.
for an extra 5.
It's a good thing you did that. He no longer exists. He just
Nice.
crumples to the ground in pain as a couple seconds later he like bleeds too much and just falls over. He's like, that took a second. I was going to be okay. And then I died.
Worry not, friends. They can bleed. They are not the demons I thought they were. Not like that tree over there.
But they
that-
sure are ugly.
Well, that's true. That's true. Back to the top of the order. And it'll be these guys. This guy's going to make a couple of short sword swings at Harambe.
Bring it.
I'm going to continue using my Dragon Eye dice here. See if they can keep it up. I don't think an 8 and an 11 will hit you.
No. I duck and weave.
Yeah, he's going to just stand there. And, he farts in your general direction. Oh, I forgot about a thing, though. Alex, sorry, Sir Xander.
Yes.
You see this creature's body as he falls to the ground just turns completely to stone. And I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw, please, as gas starts to emit from this stone.
Oh.
I forgot they have a thing.
My
I was
word.
just looking at the thing.
Of course they have a thing.
8.
Oh.
You also have Bardic Inspiration, remember?
You do
Good
have
call.
Bardic
Oh, yes,
Inspiration.
so a D4, yes?
No, a
No,
D6, I
D6.
believe.
Oh. Then I shall use it. Thank you for reminding me, goodly bird. And with that, I
it's
believe
D6.
I pass. For
Uh,
12.
You feel that you like, oh, you start blowing this mist away, and you feel you're okay.
Oh.
That's okay. Let's get another one up there. He's gonna start. This green one's gonna start hacking away at Sir Xander as well, with hopefully better results. One of those is gonna hit with a 21. The other one's an 11. The other one's an 11, so that's not gonna do it. He only rolls 4 points of piercing damage.
Okay. I think it hit me, so I believe due to concentration,
You need to make a Constitution
Roll.
saving throw.
another one.
Yeah.
My
See if you
God.
maintain concentration. DC 10.
You got it, buddy.
Hey!
There you
Yes, I do.
No problem.
Thank you.
What is your AC with Shield of Faith?
20.
So what did I say? 18? No, sorry,
No,
I
you
said
said
21. Excuse me.
21.
21.
Like something.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, ooh.
Yeah. So that was 4 points of piercing damage, I believe. This guy can get not close enough. Let me see here. Let me remeasure that out. Oh, he can get close enough.
Ooh.
Get right in there.
Mm.
Sir Xander. 2 more swings. They're both gonna miss. 11 and 15.
Come,
but they're-
battle demons!
They're in the fray now. What happened to my turn order? There it is. Harambe. You got a dude in your face. He just came stomping up, snarling and growling.
He tried to hit me. Kind of whiffed. He whiffed. We're kind of, we're doing the dance, the sword dance. We're getting the feel. We're gonna hit him.
Oh,
Let's
no.
go!
Baby, first crit of the game. And busted.
Oh, and you bet your ass I'm doing the Squire precise strike as well.
Shh, that's a lot of critical
Yes.
damage.
Are you two-handing or
Plus
one-handed?
You're
2d8.
one-handed.
Plus 2d8 for that bonus Squire bullshit. Fuck, that's
Yep.
that's some good damage.
It's just 2d8, right?
2d8, yeah.
I'm just gonna do that.
But it was 1d.
Do that raw.
It's
Well,
1d8,
one,
but he
but
crit.
Oh, right, that's right. Okay.
Crit, so all the dice are twice.
Oh.
So that's
22.
19, 22 points of slashing damage, and this guy collapses to the ground, turns to stone,
Uh-oh.
and starts emitting a disgusting smelling mist. Only you, Krellin's too far away. Need to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh, nice.
That's
Pretty good.
Again, you saw Susanna like blowing and wafting this mist away, and you're like, shit. Start doing the same.
Let me add just a little flavor on that. So while that's happening, you just see like the kind of dance back and forth, and it's one foul swoop. Just whoosh, his head goes off, the gas oozes out of the head. I kind of waft it away. I'm like, gentlemen, let's do this. Charge! And let's see. I'm going to. What do we got here? Yeah, okay. Let's charge forward. I don't want him to get away, so we're gonna go stand next to him. And for my bonus, no, I don't think I'll do anything. That'll end my turn.
Okie dokie. Good turn. Callum.
Still seeing this guy over here, knowing that he's a little dangerous. Actually, before I do that, seeing that he took, Krellin took a hit, I'm gonna look at him and see how he's feeling. Does he look pretty beat up?
Yeah. Yep.
So I'm gonna bonus action, use Healing Word on you
Ooh, thank you.
at a level 1 for. Oh, not bad. 6.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good for
And
a level
then-
1 healing word.
Krellin looks at you and gives you the nod.
And then looking over at that guy that threw those daggers, I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt at a 2nd level.
Oh, this guy over here?
Yeah.
All right. You get a little bit of cover. But,
17.
Nothing out of the ordinary. 17 is still gonna hit with a little bit of cover.
All right. For 21 points of damage.
There we
21
go.
points of damage.
Damn.
Oh, let's go.
The cleric came to play.
Yeah, he did.
You see him just take this big bolt of like radiant energy to the chest. It's like, and he snarls something at you in a tongue that I don't know if anyone will understand or not. It's like,
Wouldn't happen to be Draconic, would it?
maybe a little bit.
Then Krellin actually kind of looks like, how do I understand this? What are
I know
you saying?
Draconic.
You kissed your mother with that mouth?
Foul flesh bag, you will kneel before the feet of Takesis. The Dragon Queen will rule this world once more. And she's like, ow, my tummy.
Oh, my tummy.
My tummy hurts.
They say that in Draconic?
Yes.
Tom's gonna respond to him in Draconic.
How
We'll
many
see
of you
about
motherfuckers speak Draconic?
I happen to.
I have to.
I mean, of course people are gonna speak Draconic.
What are they saying?
I learned it in school.
You don't want to. You don't want to know. He said something foul about your mother. You should hit him.
Again.
He says you look like a monkey, and you smell like one too.
Oh.
You
he's going
understand these foul
Harambe
creatures.
takes offense.
How interesting.
Yes, sir.
That is an awesome token.
They.
Isn't it beautiful?
It's so nice.
He said that the Dragon Queen shall rise again. Like, we need to find out what this guy knows.
The Dragon Queen from legend? She's a myth.
He said
Anything else,
she'll rise
Callum?
again.
That was bonus action. You moving anywhere?
No, I'm staying right there.
Aye. Mr. Krellin.
Krellin runs forward and again brandishes his glaive, takes a long sweep. 22,
Oh, nice.
6 damage.
These are the rolls we needed.
So
That'll hit. He just
okay.
boom, cleaves in him. He's like, ah, filthy flesh bag. 'Cause he
Action
speaks Draconic.
surge. Do it again.
Oh my.
Oh.
Oh,
look at that damage.
that
Damage
was
is so
nice.
much better.
Yep.
Unfortunate.
Good damage.
You're
Yeah.
too zealous. Too zealous. You
A little too
overswung.
zealous.
A couple of tree branches above Harambe's head fall onto Harambe.
Oh, you didn't roll your advantage on that
He
first hit
doesn't
either.
flinch with those.
From the
branches.
No, yeah,
Bolt.
you can crit fish for advantage on the first hit
Yeah,
because
guiding bolt.
Sean Guiding Bolt. Sorry, Callum
That's
Guiding Bolt.
right too. Oh, wrong one. That one.
No crit, no difference. Worth it. Anything else?
Nope, that's Krellin.
Spencer.
Wait, yes, sorry, bonus action.
Uh,
Sorry, I
That's
forgot.
happening.
No, sorry, I'm too far out. Never mind. Sorry.
Spencer.
Yes. No. Penis.
While Callum looks on, like, undecided on what he wants to do next, Spencer strolls in. He will he'll reach out a hand and he will declare to these creatures, like, "You foul beasts, enough of that." And he will cast Thunderwave at orange and green, DC 13, as he'll do a diagonal 15-foot cube from his position.
Cube. Yeah, you can make it work.
Yep. Well, you can also do cubes from their diagonal and basically shoot them like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
It's a con, right? Sorry?
Yep. 13 Constitution save.
One's a natural 1.
Yay.
The other's a pass. We'll say the orange guy eats the full brunt of it with a natural 1. The green guy has a little bit of cover from him. So
Orange guy also gets blown back 10 feet away.
Callum gets a little excited hearing the thunder.
Krellin, you see a guy just stagger like right behind you.
Just see Krellin just kind of like, what?
I've passed him to you, my good friend.
Yeah.
13 damage. Let me add that in. Half damage. Sorry, yeah, half damage is 6.
And I will give Bardic Inspiration to Harambe.
Harambe.
My large simian friend. Finish that disgusting creature off.
He actually just tossed you a banana.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, your mother, I was drinking.
Bardic inspiration is potassium.
Damn straight.
Harambe.
My friend, you look a little famished.
You look like you're gonna cramp any time now. Dorville.
Yeah, Dorville is going to scroll through. We'll say two here, and instead of flame coming from his fingertips, the storm is going to literally emerge into his palm of his hands, and he is also going to cast Thunderwave. Attempting to hit green and orange.
Green and orange Constitution saving throws. The green guy's gonna fail. The other guy's gonna pass. 11 damage. That's 5 damage for this guy. They're both looking pretty haggard now, being blown all over the battlefield. This guy gets blown
One that
back.
fail gets blown back.
He gets pushed right into Spencer's face. Whoosh.
My word, even uglier up close.
Anything else?
No, that is it.
Okie dokie. Well, running doesn't seem like an option now.
That's right.
Does Harambe speak Draconian?
No.
So in
He's
a
looked
whisper,
sternly into his eyes.
he starts whispering in Draconic, and then realizes that you have no clue what you get that look like, I don't know what, you're like just glazed over,
Like,
and he
bro.
switches to a guttural form of Common, and he's just like, "Fleshbag, you die now," and he pulls out a couple of daggers and starts stabbing you with them. Hopefully, one's gonna be a 22, the other one's gonna be an 18.
Both hit.
Oh my.
18's a meaty beaty.
So let's get the piercing damage out of the way first. That's 7 points of piercing damage, as well as
Is that for
9. Yeah, that's total. So 7 piercing and 9 poison, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Woohoo!
Yeah, you feel pretty good. Again, you look down at these daggers and you're just like, oh, that's some gross green goo on there.
It staggers me greatly.
You feel no further ill effects from it, and he's going to start to continue trying to run away. So you can make your attack of opportunity if you
Oh,
wish.
I will.
And so will I.
Yeah.
Where did he go?
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Baby!
huge.
If the 13 doesn't hit, you can also use your Bardic Inspiration on that, too.
D6, right?
Yep.
You will not need it,
Oh, okay.
for Krellin has
Beautiful.
dispatched the foe. Dispatch Vern's tail to
Krellin.
start running.
In case the other guys can understand Draconic, Krellin yells at the corpse of the guy as he's trying to slink away. Evil will not prevail this time, friend. And he turns and he glares at the guy that is now at his 7 o'clock there.
Before turning, you look to see this creature's body in the forest, and you see that it's not really even a body anymore. Looks to be a puddle of goo
Ugh.
in a cloak. A cloak, like, submerged partially in a puddle of goo.
Ew.
And then the puddle of goo kind of goes... And you think that if you were standing nearby that puddle of goo, that bad things would have happened to you. Potentially.
These disgusting creatures can't even have the decency to die properly.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, he had 12 HP left.
Wow.
Nice.
Well done, Krellin.
Sir Xander.
Knowing what I do now about the fact that when they die they release this gas, is there a possibility to dodge it if I drop them?
Only if you're not right beside him when he dies.
Thanks, Jimmy.
That is going to be an issue.
Sorry.
Spencer will remember that.
As this
I
creature
shot
is
aggressively.
I look
I
towards him.
served them up for you to easier to hit.
I'm a
I
fucking
thank you,
bard.
I thank you, my homeless-looking friend. I will attempt to deal with them. I lived in a tavern most of my life. You may not have the stench of it, but you look muddy and filthy like most of the drunks I know. No offense.
No offense. Was that a vicious mockery from a paladin?
It wasn't. It was my charisma. I'm
It's
attempting
a subtle mockery from the paladin.
Don't worry, it fits you really well.
It was not
What
subtle.
are you gonna do there, Sir Xander?
I am going to. How's he looking?
Gross and scaly. Both the remaining guys are looking pretty haggard. Really warm in my little nook, so I've got an ice pack on my back in between me and the chair, and it's so nice. But it keeps slipping and getting too near my butt, and I'm like, nope, I don't need a cold butt. No,
Cold
thank
wet
you.
butt.
Nope, no thanks.
A wet fanny.
A wet fanny.
Oh, yeah, I have to keep remembering cutting words is actually a thing that I can do. I always forget that exists.
I was just thinking that.
No pressure.
Sorry there, Peter.
He's got a
Sorry
zero.
there, Peter.
He's got pressure. It's okay.
It's fine.
Do not worry, my young
Not
friend.
because
There's only
many-
one adversary in front of you. That should be your focus.
I'm wondering whether it is worth capturing at least one to get more information. I do not know what these creatures are. I mean,
Well, that's after
I
he
know
dies.
what that is.
You stepped around that on the path to get here.
We
Very
did.
well, I will. There's at least the orange one. I will strike this one down, or at least attempt to. For an 18, 3 slashing damage.
3 slashing damage. Still standing.
I am going to burn a spell slot to divine smite him.
My D8 radiant damage. Or sorry, 2d8 radiant damage.
I'm guessing these aren't undead or fiends.
Don't really look like it.
Do they count as humanoids?
Do they?
Lovely.
No.
Oh,
No, they do not. You rolled 2 1s on 2 d8s.
Yes,
that
I did.
hurts.
You had 2
That's
HP
so-
left, Alex. You couldn't have fucked it up, but you came real fucking close. So this creature falls over, turns to stone, and emits a gross
I'm rolling
gas.
it.
Con saves from Spencer. And
I know I was getting hit by this because I know, unlike all of these like big strong men, I don't have constitution.
Nice time to crit, buddy.
Nope. So Sir Xander feels good. No problem. Spencer feels this mist start to overtake him, and he feels restrained as he feels like his hands and his feet start to just clamp up, and as if he is turning to stone.
Oh no.
Oh,
You effectively have the restrained condition.
Oh,
For now.
Oh god.
So Xander, the rest of your turn, please.
I don't believe there's really.
Harambe calls for aid.
I need healing.
I'm hurt.
I mean,
Rohan will
I
answer.
need healing. I'm the one that's gonna be a statue in 2 turns, and then come back as a ghost to haunt Jimmy for the rest of the campaign.
That would be amazing. Like a ghost sword.
Does it count as a disease or a poison, or would I even know that?
You probably wouldn't know that.
Oh, it requires an action too.
Or-
That
It is an action for lay on hands.
as well. I will leave him to you then, my cleric friend.
That 1 turn took longer than everyone else's combined.
I run over to Orange, and I end my turn.
You stare
you
menacingly at him. He sees you come running up, and he looks between you, and he looks back at Krellin. You to Krellin. He's like, and he goes like this, and he goes side to side and stabs each of you once with his short sword. Let's see. On Sir Xander is going to be a 23 to hit.
Oh,
On Krellin
wow.
is going to be an 18 to hit.
Yup.
Fuck.
These guys don't do as much damage, unfortunately. On Sir Xander is going to be max damage at 7. On Krellin is going to be min damage at 2.
Oh my god.
That's the disparity of the dice right there. 6 and a 1 on the dice.
Krellin definitely kind of whoa.
Then he's going to see the situation he is, knows the futility of it, and try and run.
So, opportunity from both.
Yep.
Yeah.
He no longer exists. But what does matter is Spencer's current condition.
Sure does.
My friend. Spencer, are you okay over there?
Apparently not. I seem to be stiffening up quite quickly.
Giggity giggity is what
Oh,
we
God.
say.
Did you take any
Sure.
Dorville
got to
runs
me.
over, and he goes, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do."
We could start by getting another Constitution saving throw from Spencer.
Oh, well,
You're effectively out of combat, but we'll see what goes with this.
well. I would like the paladin to make a fucking medicine check to see if he can actually fix this. 17.
17 to
17.
pass. You
I
feel your
will-
fingers and toes start to return to normal
Oh, okay.
as you kind of give it a shake off. You're like, ooh, ooh, ooh. That's effectively the first combat. Done and dusted.
Oh,
Is everybody okay?
apologies. Appears
hurt but
so.
alive.
Same.
Well, I've certainly learned my lesson. I'm going to effectively fight these creatures from 115 feet away.
one glass at a time.
Apologies for that. Yes, I wasn't aware of their after death.
Their untimely demise circumstances.
Yes, I've never I don't recognize these creatures. What?
Well, some
What
of
are
you
they?
seem to be able to talk to them, which I don't
Yes.
quite understand, but
Quite
They
suspect.
speak certain languages.
Spencer pokes at the chunk of rock that's what once was a lizard man.
Yep.
You see
It's,
Krellin kind of
gross.
walk off over to the bushes.
Is it stone through, like all the way through?
After a minute, that stone just completely crumbles to dust.
Oh.
Yeah.
What an unfortunate way to die. And then
How horrible.
Spencer would probably go over and see if there's any survivors amongst the things pasted onto the map.
I was about to do the same thing first. Like, is anyone
Yeah.
alive?
And Krellin's over in the bushes, and he's using his glaive to kind of like poke at the puddle and the cloak, and he kind of half lifts the cloak up in the air, and is drippingness and whatnot. And
Yeah, you
Nasty.
you go over and start poking at that cloak, and it looks to be submerged in a type of acid.
oh,
Keep
Is-
touching it. Go ahead.
Is
Let
the
me roll dice.
acid eating away the cloak?
Slowly, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, it ain't magical.
no, Krellin, it's like ugh, kind of flicks it off and kind of comes back to everybody.
At least I imagine it would be. Maybe not. I don't know. It's acid. Doesn't really say. It's just acid damage.
As we're checking the wreckage, I try to just false hope, I guess. I check on the knights that are currently laid out just to see if they're alive.
Yeah, by the time you get there, there are 3 soldiers, 3 knights, and they are all very dead. There's blood splattered everywhere. Their armor looks rent by claw markings. Give me some perception checks if you're scouring
That's
the.
persuasion.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Why
Can't
why
I
did I even bother?
There we go.
I don't see anything. Oh my god! Do not start making me roll critical.
Stick together.
Nice.
Spencer pats this one down, looking for a wallet and ID.
Wallet.
Well, looking for some sort of identification of who these people were, or like what order they belong to, basically.
Callum's
Yeah.
looking for food.
Yeah. Any identifying symbols on any of them?
So let's see here. Krellin, Callum, and Dorville start going over the bodies and whatnot, and you could see that they are indeed knights, knights of Solamnia, as it would be, and their emblemization, their fucking sigils, their heraldry, puts them in the Order of the Crown. You could see that they also are emblazoned with kingfishers, which is kind of a symbol of the order of any order of Knight of Solamnia. The kingfisher is just like a sigil for them, like a bird with a fish in his mouth. Let me see here.
Rather unfortunate that we got here as late as we did, friends.
It's a Krellin with the highest roll. You're patting down a body. You find some correspondence on it that states that these knights are Knights of the Crown, and that they were to investigate reports of nearby farmsteads being raided by strange lizard-like creatures that seem to match these creatures' descriptions that you've just dispatched.
Which way is the wagon facing? Is it facing against like the way we were going, or was it going in the same direction as we were towards like the ferry?
No, it looks like it's going the opposite way that you were.
Okay.
And
Yeah, the
about
correspondence is
what
very-
was it?
Sorry?
What was it kind of hauling? Like, what was their cargo?
Let's see here. You see that the wagon seems to contain mostly like cargo for a small contingent of traveling soldiers.
Like
So it's got
provisions?
some food, provisions, bedrolls, water skins, very mundane stuff. There's a couple of spare long swords, as well as 8 days of food and water for one person, give or take, and about 40 gold worth of scattered coin throughout the entirety of the scene.
Oh.
You see Krellin walk over and pick up one of the empty water excuse me, water skins. Never hurts to have extra of these. When you see him pick up a water skin and put it in his pack.
Calum's getting some food.
That's a
Nom,
great
nom.
idea.
Yeah, and,
Yeah.
and he picks up an apple if there is
Spencer will he will fucking go poke the young paladin in the back. Like, give me a hand here, young man. And Spencer starts kind of dragging the bodies off to the side of the road so they're not just splayed out in the middle of the street.
one.
Yes, this is good. These men deserved better.
I see this and I join and grab
Yep.
this first man and
Well, one of them looks to
Guide
have
him
been
over.
a halfling, and that's I heard that's just what happens to
They
smaller
just die.
folk.
Just
they just yeah.
They all look to be humans.
They only
regardless
live
of
half.
their
They are
artwork.
half the size. They only live half as long. That is
Yeah.
the
It's in
tale
the
that
name,
I've
right?
always been told.
It's in the name, Halfling.
Small world, short life.
So a couple minutes go by as you start, moving the bodies around, going through the cart and whatnot, and a contingent of people on the road, villagers, as well as that commoner, start. Is it okay? We don't hear
Fred.
combat anymore.
The danger is past.
Yes,
You
the
can come
foul
out.
creatures have been dispatched, young man.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you
God.
for such a urgent warning.
He just sits down, and it's unfortunately in his own shit.
Oh,
Oh,
He's just like, oh,
Well,
ew. But thank you so much. I was just supposed to be showing these soldiers the area, and we were set upon by these disgusting creatures. He's looking at like the dust piles on the ground. He's like, is that what's left of the? Is that what's left of the creature? And he's looking very pale and green now.
Citizen, you are sitting in your own feces, and yet this is what makes your stomach turn.
Hey, at least it's my own brand.
oh.
stay over there, citizen. The area's still unsafe. Stay over there. We do not wish you to accept for it's dangerous.
He stays right here, looking at the piles of dust behind him and the pile of bodies that you've created in the near the rock face.
Yes, so
Just
should
like,
clear
what-
the path a little bit.
What are
Yeah, we
those
do-
creatures?
Let's
That is
do it
what
if-
I would
like-
like to know.
Yes, like some kind of history check or something like that to see if we could figure out, like, if any of us have heard of any of these things before. What some
You
kind
most definitely would not have.
of okay.
These type of creatures have not been seen for known history, or since at least the Cataclysm.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Well, despite the grim situation we find ourselves in, I feel we should introduce ourselves, having bonded in battle.
Aye.
The young man starts walking up, going to shake Krellin's hand. He's like, "Okay, my name's Reese," and he starts walking over to Dorville. "My name's Reese." He's walking over to everyone individually. He's like, "My name's Reese."
No,
Not,
man.
lis- not
No.
listening to hear what your names
No.
are. He's just like, "My name's Reese. My name's Reese." He goes over to Spencer. He's like, "My name's Reese."
charm.
I checked
He's
my
got a
shoe
big shitting
for
grin on his
poop.
face.
I'm sure, of course he does.
That-
I hope not literally.
Yeah, it's a little in the corner of his mouth, just a little bit.
Well, I guess
Yeah,
very well.
man.
I am Sir Xander, Knight of the Sword. After greeting Reese, I turn to my cleric friend and I say, "It's an honor to be fighting beside another in the order."
Reese stands
Cleric.
beside you, looks to Callum and says, "His name's Sir Xander. My name's Reese." And he hasn't shaken Callum's hand yet, so he reaches his hand out.
Yes.
Ugh.
This one's light in the mind, it seems.
What in the mind? Indeed, I agree. Don't shake his hand.
You don't know where it's been.
I'm wearing a gauntlet.
Oh no,
it's
we
okay.
know full well where it's been.
I asked the young fellow, or Spencer asked him, "So, young man, do these knights have anyone in town, perhaps like in Vogler, that they reported to, who we could let know of their unfortunate demise?"
He just comes sauntering back over. He's like, "Well, I'm not from Vogler. I'm from just a little farm up the road. I was working tending the horses to the family that lives there. And these soldiers, knights, they just came up to my master's house and asked them if they knew of the region at all. And I've been playing in these woods my whole life, so I offered to show them around.
Who was the one that found them? Was it Callum that found their orders?
Yeah. So Callum walks up. Do you know anything about...
Callum
These-
walks up, or Krellin walks up?
Krellin.
You getting your own fucking name mistaken?
I am!
I was like, what did I do?
What did
I
I do?
said, Sir Cleric, that note that you found, does it
I
have
didn't find
some sort
Chris
of...
found it.
Was it
Yeah,
Chris
Krellin
found
found
it?
Name.
That's
Somebody,
why I got confused.
He's just a penis. Doesn't know his own name.
Yep.
Whichever one of you found their orders, I'm sure there must be some sort of signage on the bottom from whoever was in charge of them, and perhaps where they were stationed.
So, boy, what did you say your name was? I didn't quite catch it.
He's like, oh, wipes his hand off on his shirt. He's like, my name's Reese.
You see Krellin just kind of stand there, give him give him a stern look. Do you know anything about these orders for these men? About what was going on with the monsters attacking?
I don't know very much about them. I heard them talk about enemy troops supposedly afoot in the region, but I mean, they were kind of annoyed by me real quick, like.
I can't imagine why.
Neither can I.
I walk up to Krellin and I say, "Good sir, may I see those orders? I may be a knight of the sword now, but I was a former knight of the crown. I may be able to shed light on this."
Yes, I'm familiar with Knights of the Crown, fortunately for you, sir. But yes, if you can make any more out of this, and he hands it to Sir Xander.
Something to discuss later, it seems.
Just kind of nods.
Looking at
so
the
Xander,
orders,
if you look at the orders, there's no notation of like signed by, but you just see like a stamp of a kingfisher at the bottom.
so
which
there's
is just
but
kind
no
of a
personal
generic-
schedule,
No, it's just
okay.
kind of a generic Knight of Solamnia signage.
These are just general orders.
To die
Possibly
without a
given out.
name. How disappointing.
Well, gentlemen, considering the road is dangerous, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm off to go honor my good friend Green Shield. Perhaps we should travel together up this road, considering.
Certainly.
There's
I
like
don't
a
know
small
what you-
crowd of people starting to form like behind the bend here, all like waiting to see if it's safe.
Where are you all
Yes, it
traveling
would
to,
prob-
if I might ask?
The town of
Green
Vogler.
Shield's a little
Yeah.
I
wide.
was more talking to the crowd.
Oh,
We're all going to Vogler for the funeral of Ispin Greenshield and the Kingfisher Festival.
You see
Okay.
Krellin reach into his bodice and he pulls out into his tunic and he pulls out a note. This Ispin Greenshield. I never knew him personally, aside from a few stories that I was able to sit in on. He was a friend of my mentor. You all seem to be heading to this funeral as well.
Yes, he's
He's
an
a great
old
man.
friend of mine. Ispin and I have known each other come almost 2 decades now.
Yes.
Curious.
Yes,
Good.
he is a
you
good
go.
friend of my mentor. He's a good friend of my mentor, and I managed to sit on a few of his stories as well.
Krellin nods.
He aided me in my in the mission that ended up with my knighting. I owe him much. This was to pay my last respects. Of course, you end up in something that would end up in one of his stories. Seems almost fitting for him.
hi.
Yes,
I
those,
agree.
his stories. I always wondered if there was more to them than just the tall tales they seemed in our very isolated little encampment.
Perhaps his final blessing is to intertwine our very destinies. Perhaps.
Mayhaps.
Very
Well,
well said, my simian
they-
friend. But I do agree that we should perhaps stick together.
They were always
the
very
journey.
fascinating to me. They were all very, very fascinating to me. I always sat in because they were always so intriguing.
You've been out in the woods a little too long, haven't you, my friend?
I've been out in the woods my whole life, as a matter
Yes.
of fact.
He's a little quirky.
Well, everyone should join in. The more protection here, the better. And it,
Aye.
be it gods or fate, our path forward is together. It seems. To Vogler.
Let's go.
Spencer will scoop up like a day's worth of food and basically like pick up an apple off the ground and start eating it on the road there.
Nom 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 nom.
Harambe will, while walking, touch his shoulder and heal himself a little bit with lay on hands.
Lay on hands. Reese is like, okay, I guess I don't have anything to do anymore. I'm gonna go home now. And he just runs off. Remember, I'm Reese. Bye. And he just runs off to like this way, and then just off to the east, off map.
That poor child is not long for this world. I have this strange feeling.
What an interesting fellow.
Interesting and dirty.
As you guys all start to walk towards the town, you see Dorville pick up some like apples and some other various fruits.
There's a
and
pumpkin,
he actually
apparently.
starts burying.
There's a whole
He actually
bunch of pumpkins.
Starts burying them in the ground as to preserve the
Gonna grow an apple tree.
the fruits and vegetables.
Ah, yes.
kinda
I once
side-eyed the fruit.
had a small dog that did a very similar thing. It was always
Gotcha.
just bury things in the yard.
Very, very concerning. Remind me not to leave any of my valuables out.
You're not sitting. There we go.
And to your
Unless your
help, gentlemen,
valuable
maybe
is
we
an
can get a
orange.
little Black Fly sponsorship, Mr. Reaper.
Oh, what? Black fly? No,
Yeah.
I'm drinking Dasani right now because I'm
Ah.
done my alcohol and I need water to hydrate. I'm done my alcohol, by the way. Excuse me.
And
I'm so parched.
I just text my wife. Say,
I'm going to text your wife in a minute. Elaine,
Whoa!
I just got flipped off for what it's worth.
Stream goes down.
I'm
Well worth it.
I'm too scared. I'm just scared to ask. Mike.
The 40 gold that I'm assuming somebody fucking pocketed. Who's gonna keep track of loot for the group? I guess
That's a great
Sticky
question.
Fingers Chris probably.
probably, since I'm taking
Probably
notes.
because he's sticky.
I knew it was going to come to
Fingers
this.
Are sticky. Let's hope that's the only thing that stays sticky. So you gather your shit up. Reese runs off. The crowd of people behind you start to make their way forward, gasping at the sight of bodies and
Oh,
dust
God.
and the amount of shit that's seemingly on the battlefield.
I just opened up Excel, and because of the size of my
Excel?
monitor, this massive thing, because it opened full screen. So all I got blinded by was this massive thing of white boxes.
I mean, that is what Excel is. It is a big screen full of white boxes.
But with the size of my monitor, it was overwhelmingly unexpected. Oh, God, I'm sorry.
Overwhelmingly unexpected.
Radiant, you might say.
I'm
Almost.
sorry, Chris. Just the way you described it is like
I thought I was
I
going
opened
somewhere
my
else.
door, I looked up and the sky was on fire.
He got jump scared by fucking Excel.
I thought he was going to say something else.
So I'll throw you back on the world map for meow. The
For
world map
meow?
doesn't for meow.
Oh,
We could get you cat
Dare
ears.
Lee plane. I thought it was a
You need to
Dairy
get him
Plains.
headphones with cat ears.
I have Moogle ears from KupoCon a number of years ago.
Oh,
Thank you. Whiskey time. Love you.
Love you too.
So you continue making your way up
There's tea in
the
there.
road to Vogler. The problem with Vogler is it's on the other side of the river. The way to counteract that is that there are ferries. You can either pay to have a ferryman take you across, or there is a rope and pulley system with ferries and rafts and whatnot that you can make your own way across for free.
Good
much does it
sir.
cost?
Spencer goes up and is like, how much would it cost for a trip across the river on your vessel?
3 copper a person, honey.
That seems more than reasonable.
Pretty good
It's
price.
Very reasonable.
Pays the bills at the ale house later, you know what I'm saying?
I tapped the Final Fantasy protagonist on the shoulder and be like, since you're handling our finances,
Pay the man.
Pay the man.
seems like
That
an
means nobody
I
Nobody wants
can't
to put
even
in the work.
imagine the blisters you would get trying to pull a raft across this mighty river. And after our recent travails up on the path, I want no part of that.
You see, Krellin looks at his hands, and they're like nothing but callus. So, certainly, I don't mind. We have this coin that was ill-begotten to us. Sir, if you wouldn't mind taking us across this,
He holds
this,
out his
waterway.
hand for coin. You dump the requisite amount of
What,
copper into his hand for
18 copper.
Yep.
yeah, 6 of his 18 copper, and he leads the way to his little ferry, and he starts to ply it across the river to the city of Vogler. I no longer need the prelude open. Get out of my massive amount of things I have open.
Yeah, we finished
My
the
good
tutorial.
ferryman, do you have any interesting stories about traversing these waters? Interesting characters or whatnot that you may have seen?
Yeah, I get a lot of people falling in, too much drink. Just gotta fish them out. And he shows you the world's biggest net, like a comically large fishing net. It's like,
Omen net.
I've had a lot of kender. They tend to just jump in, and then realize they don't know how to swim. So I just scoop them out for an extra couple of coppers. It does the job. Every now and then, I see old Benebog, the line breaker. I see him in these waters. He's a legendary fish around these parts.
What kind of fish would this creature be?
He is a greater curious carp. He's a big old fish. He's a big boy. Some say 8-9 feet long. Biggest carp I ever saw.
You named a fish.
Oh, I didn't name him. He's a legendary fish in this area. Benebog, the line breaker's been seen for decades. Just the sight of him is good luck.
The line breaker.
Are these fish good eating?
Oh, Cop's real good eating, boy. Real good eating. You look like you could use some fish. Put some meat on your bones. On the traversal across the ferry, everyone give me a perception check. See if you can catch a glimpse of Benebog the line breaker.
Benebog.
15.
23.
Doorbell is
20.
Oh,
Callum's just like, oh, he's right there. His head is poking
Yeah,
out of the water and it's waving
Can't
to
you
us.
see?
It's right there.
It's right there. It's actually splashing about a bit.
You look in the water, and the ferryman looks down, squints real hard. He's like, I hate to break it to you, son. That's not Ben. That's a big fucking fish. I'll tell you that. That's not Benebog. You'll know Benebog when you see Benebog, or when Benebog sees you.
Jesus.
So you see the fishing village of Vogler clings to a spit of land reaching out into the Vingard River. Wooded cliffs overlook the community, and a path to the north descends past the ivy-covered remnants of a crumbling stone keep. The village's modest wooden buildings cluster around a quaint central circle and around the riverbank. Jutting into the river, out of place and seemingly out of time, stands an incomplete stone bridge that looks to be your destination at the end of the ferry line. This structure looks old beyond reckoning. If you had to guess, you'd probably say it predates the Cataclysm. It seems to cross over less than half, unfortunately, of the river's total width before giving way to a series of ropes and tethers and other ferries and whatnot. On the river itself, you see dozens of other small boats drift along the slow, murky waters as the fishers of Vogler ply their trade. I can close that tab now. Thank you very much. So, a couple minutes go by, however the fuck long it takes you to traverse a river in a ferry.
Listen to that. I hear the sounds of clopping. Someone must be riding their horse across the river.
It's a seahorse.
It's a seahorse.
Oh.
wow.
You had to
Oh,
say
wait,
something.
hang on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Owen
Damn it.
Wilson,
The
wow.
envelope's not opening. Damn it. Wait.
There we go.
3 hours later.
Where's that? Where's that soundbite?
I gotta
We
get
gotta
it.
boost the server more.
I gotta boost the server. We gotta boost the server more. I need more sound clips. Although I just have the one that I have the. I'm gonna rename it to the Alex clip.
Wow. You know which one's actually mine.
I'm coming.
Uh,
Oh, I muted the soundboard, so I can't hear what you're pressing.
That's an unfortunate situation.
Is
probably for
it?
the best,
Is
honestly.
it
Yeah,
though?
maybe.
Hmm.
So you're gonna end up on this little dock, little wharf down here in the just below the bridge to the right hand side of it. The ferryman pulls up, ropes off, kind of ushers his hands, does a little bow. He's like, "You have arrived in Vogler. Good fishing to you."
Thank you, sir. Good
Thank
luck
you.
finding your Benabog.
Oh, I
Winebreaker.
see him every now and then. Whenever I see him, I know it's going to be a good day. I know the
Mm.
missus will have some hot soup, and we'll just be a happy day.
Before
luck.
you, as you're taking off, could you direct us to the brass crab?
The brass crab? Oh yeah. You wanna look over? I bet I can reveal it. I can actually reveal it because it's a proper game and a proper map. There's the brass crab.
Woo!
Actually, beforehand, is there a post for knights posted here, or a barracks of some kind?
He starts like scratching his head. He's like, barracks is a real rough way to put it. There's only one knight in Vogler, and that's Sir Becklin with Viharen. She resides over in Thornwall Keep there to the northwest.
Okay. Well, thank you for the information and for the ride.
Of
Bid you
course.
a safe journey.
Good day. Good day.
Importantly, where's the best place to shop in this town?
That's a good question.
Well, we got a bunch of shit, don't we? We got a marketplace. We got you want some drink? Some drink is the good place to get drink at. It's either the brass crab itself, or you can go over there to the fish bowl. He takes you up the stairs, and he starts pointing around the city. You go a little northwest over there, you'll end up at the fish bowl. What's the fish bowl got to say? Where's my flavor text for the fish bowl? I scrolled too far. After a long day on the river, many of Vogler's fishers gather at the fish bowl to tell tales, quench their thirst, and indulge in fresh-baked fish pies. This cramped but well-kept tavern is known for its savory baked goods rather than its weak ale. He tells her, hey, you want to go to the fish bowl, you go see Elthar. He's a good man. Makes good pies. Ale's a little shit, though. You want better ale, you go to the Brass Crab. We got a marketplace down here as well, if you're looking to shop. We ain't got a whole lot. Fishing supplies, a couple of knives, maybe some banged up armor.
I see. Thank you, friend.
Yeah, sure. He's like, he's still standing there, and you see he's just got his hand reached out.
Krellin just shakes his head, puts a silver in his hand, and begins to walk up towards.
He
the
looks down
center
at it,
court.
expecting a copper. He's like, ooh. And he's like nodding, bowing, thank you, sir, thank you.
That did not look like bowing on the screen.
Did not.
Attempting self-fellatio on stream.
Oh shit!
Breaking the internet.
Artistic
became it.
nudity.
We're gonna
Yeah,
get,
no, it's banned.
we're
I
gonna get
can't call it
shut
that.
down.
I
We're
can't
gonna
call
get
it
shut
that.
down.
Oh no!
So in front of you, you have the town of Vogler. What?
Well, gentlemen, where do we
would you
want
like
to go
to do?
first?
Before we kind of disembark, Callum, can I look at the group and say, hey, I know I kind of did some pretty divine things back there, but I'm trying to keep the whole cleric thing on the down low right now, just because it's kind of not really common. You guys
That's
mind
the thing
like
too. So
not
you saw
touching that?
Callum cast spells, you saw Spencer cast spells, and you saw Sir Xander cast spells, and you saw Dorville cast spells.
Yep.
The rest of you, even you, all six of you know that magic isn't like a super common thing in this world. So when you start doing that kind of stuff, you look around and you see other people doing it as well. You're like, this might be some good company I got here.
I put my hand on his shoulder when he says that, and I go, "Don't worry, my brother. Rule 34. Rule 34.
Alex finds it hilarious. Sir Xander is very confused.
You see Krellin just kind of look at Callum's statement, and he just kind of nods, and you see him slowly turn and start to move towards town. So, friends, where do we head first?
Well, if we are all here for the same reason, it stands to reason then we may want to check in at the Brass Crab with our benefactor, Mr. Becklin Uth Viharen.
Yes, Mr. Becklin.
Or whoever this
personally
is.
familiar, yes.
Did you guys all receive a letter from him, I take it, as well?
Oh wait, Becklin Viharen. That's the person that was mentioned by that, that would be that woman knight that was mentioned by the river crossing person.
The only knight in Olavogler, it seems.
Which is strange. Why is there only one
So
knight?
she is the one who invited us along for Ispin's funeral, so we may want to find out exactly when the proceedings are going to be held.
Very good point, sir. The
However,
brains of the operation.
I'd hate to come all this
Yes.
way and then miss it.
One thing I neglected to make in my prep was a party token.
Uh,
I'm gonna roll a d6, and it's a
One of our
5.
characters is
So,
gonna be the party token.
Krellin is your party token for the moment.
There
Hey!
you go.
Of course, it's the loot guy.
Hey, it's your walking money bag. You follow him around.
You don't have Agatha, so
If he can make us a party token in the background.
I can throw mine in friggin' Discord, but I just can't remember where I put the stupid thing.
Like a tip jar for
It-
Reaper's better half. For all the work.
You be careful what you say around me, Coke.
I can't control yours, so I dropped mine.
I don't know what. Just go like that then.
So, okay, friends,
Weird.
head to the Brass Crab.
To the Brass Crab, it seems.
So, does this crab look just brassy, or is it also slightly crusty?
Oh.
It's very itchy.
Krusty Krab, Critchy. Let's see. The Brass Crab. Brass
Something
Crab
stuck
looks
in
to
my
be
head.
a single modest story inn on the village wharf, and its exterior vaguely resembles its namesake. It's kind of like you see it's kind of stretching out in all directions. It's weird looking. Looks kind of like a crab. There are many people milling about as you kind of make your way along near the village circle. You see
Ooh.
that there are many people setting up, stalls, getting ready for this Kingfisher Festival that is about to take place.
Now, do we know how long it's going to be? Because the funeral is supposed to be like the day before the king.
The day before. And as it stands, you've timed your travel quite well to know when the Kingfisher Festival is.
Oh, good.
And the Kingfisher Festival is tomorrow.
Oh,
I
Hey,
would imagine that
Phew.
Ispin Greenshield's funeral is tonight.
We best get checked in then.
We should have asked where the funeral house was.
Well,
So that's where
we
he's at.
the letter told us to go to the brass.
Oh,
So
okay.
Spencer be able to say, so the letter that I received from this Becklin Viharen said that accommodations would be at the Brass Crab. So I'm assuming it did mention that funeral, the memorial service would be in the Stylings of Ispin, and if I know him, then the Brass Crab would be exactly where they're going to have it. That much
like his-
revelry will probably be had.
Yeah, he did like his ale. That is true.
That
I can
he
drink
did.
to that. We didn't get much ale in our compound, although it seemed that whenever Ispin did stop by to see Sir Frederick,
Crown's
that,
a lightweight.
it seemed to flow quite freely those nights. I'm not quite sure why.
Yes, he Ispin always said he did like our homemade brew. So
Oh.
yeah, the
Do you
brass.
have any homemade
this,
brew on
this
you?
place. I don't.
Oh.
As many of
Traveling
it was
without homemade brew.
destroyed.
That's fair.
I could possibly whip some up if I can find the ingredients, though.
Intriguing.
Is that perhaps why you were burying those fruits earlier?
Fermentation.
No. Well, I mean, it could help in the process.
Hmm.
Maybe I'll go back and pick some up after they've been sitting for a little while.
That's rather concerning.
Well, let us get checked in and possibly meet with Lady Becklin. Uh, Not only do we need to get checked in, I believe perhaps we should inform her of the troubles that we found on the road.
Indeed.
Good point.
A little bit of two birds, one stone situation we've got going.
Hmm.
Walk
Yes.
through the front door.
I get it because they turned to stone. I got
Yep,
that
yep,
reference.
I thought that too.
Man, this guy's a real novelist.
Somebody put up the Captain America meme. It's like, I got that.
I got that.
I understood that one. I understood that.
Callum kind of like
See
walks
that
up to
reference.
Spencer like, I've read some of your books, man. They're so good.
Why, thank you. I'm always pleased to meet someone that has enjoyed my work.
They're very, very much worth the read. Are you finishing your next book?
I'm currently a bit stymied on how exactly to end the Dusk series, as it were. This last book needs to have some sort of spectacular conclusion, and right now the exact means of which we are going to get there escapes me. I'm hoping that my travels here give me some inspiration with which to finish my novel.
Well, when it's done, I mean, if you ever need someone like proofread it, I mean, I'd be more than willing to give her a gander if you ever need some help. Just a second opinion or some reading of it.
I'll keep that in mind.
Duly noted. You make your way inside the brass crab, and you see that it is already very raucous, very loud. It's a lot going on in here. Vogler itself doesn't look to be necessarily a large village. It's kind of small, medium-sized, give or take. But with the Kingfisher Festival, with Ispin's funeral, it looks like many people have traveled recently to Vogler, and it is booming. It is bustling. You walk in and you see there's a few servers, milling about, handing out big horns and mugs of ale and dishing out a few plates of food. You also see on one wall of this large circular common room features a faded mural of two enormous crabs that are locked in combat, inlaid with brass details. Just fighting. Picture two claws just stuck together.
It appears to be some sort of crab confrontation as a mural on the wall.
A crab confrontation.
That would be a
God.
spectacle to see, as long as they weren't your typical eating crabs.
I wonder if they have matches you can bet on. That'd be fun.
Oh, even normal sized crabs, you could tie
You
knives
mean
to their claws.
Crab Royal Rumble
Crab Royal Rumble.
could be.
Well,
really
I mean,
Who's coming in
very
next?
intriguing.
It's John Crabber. Do 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 do.
Oh, Jesus.
wait, I don't see anything. What's going on?
What did you do? Nothing. So you make your way into this common room, and it is unmistakable who you are here to see. The only other one in the room decked out in full Salamnic armor is the knight Becklin Uthviharan,
Oh,
who I just closed her handout tab like a fool.
I alert everybody. There she is.
She is standing on one side of the room in conversation with a handful of people. She does not have her sword is at her waist, at her hip. She doesn't have her helmet or her shield with her though at the moment, but she is standing there in conversation.
We approach
As
quite boldly.
we get closer, I pretty much like stand up straight and salute, arm over the chest.
I quickly follow behind. Same thing.
Sees
Lady
the two of
Becklin.
you knights as well, and throws up a sharp salute. Sees Harambe. She doesn't know who to salute first. She just starts saluting everybody. Turns to the barkeep, starts saluting her. She's like, you must be here for Ispin's funeral. Now, let me see if I can pick you out on who you are. Gorgeous George? She looks over at Harambe, and then you hear the barkeep from the other side of the room. I told you a million times, Becklin, Gorgeous George is the one on the left. And she's pointing at the big mural of crabs on the wall fighting. And she's like, I'm only pulling your leg. I don't know who you are. Who are you?
I am Harambe the Brave, and I'm here to play my honors. We got this letter, and I show the letter that actually was sent to me
Oh,
about the Ispin.
that's my own handwriting. It's good. I've been waiting to see you. And you, a fellow knight, forgive me. What is your name? Looks
I am
over at
Sir
Sir Xander.
Xander, my lady, and I also received a letter.
Yes, Ispin has so many friends. Forgive me. I have heard your names before, but it's hard to put a face to names. And you see her kind of looking around the room, and she's like, her eyes go fucking wide. And she's like, except that face. Do you know who's at the other side of the bar right now? Do you know that man right there? That is none other than Spencer St. Clair, famed author. And you see her go to the bar real quick, come back, and she's got a pride and prestidigitation clutched to her chest.
Oh my god!
It's like, do you know who he is?
Yes,
He's a very
he gave me
famous
a
author.
reference. Yes.
Shut the fuck up. She's very pink in the face at the moment. She's just like, oh, okay, he's here. He actually came. Okay,
Yes, Lady Beckett. I may not.
I need a paper
I
bag.
understand he's an author, but I may not have read his works. But
You don't know what you're missing.
control yourself. You are a knight of the crown, my lady.
Oh, that's fine. And you can tell by looking at her that she's kind
Lost
of
her
flustered.
composure.
she's a bit middle-aged. She's not old. She's not young, but she's got some lines on her face. You can tell she's seen some shit.
And is very lonely, apparently.
She's just like yes, it's very nice of you to come all this way for our good friend's funeral. It's so wonderful of you to come.
Is she talking to Spencer now?
She's not the only one. She's just still like staring over, like in between Harambe and Sir Xander, like listening to what they have to say. Every now and then her eyes go back to one of the two knights and then immediately drift right back to the middle. You could feel like the heat of her just staring at you.
Xander, after a while, just sighs, looks down, is like, "Would you like me to introduce you to him?"
I don't want to impose. I mean, but if you could.
You see
Well-
Krellin is the fingers between the eyes holding the bridge of his nose. 'Cause he hasn't introduced himself or anything yet. He's just like,
Well,
Rosy
Harambe,
face
let's
palms.
let's introduce the lady knight of the town to the author.
And she starts like fixing her hair,
Oh boy.
picking at her teeth. She puts the book out of sight. She's like, oh shit, I can't seem too eager.
Well, follow us.
Who comes walking with you?
I guess Spencer's at the bar, like trying to flag down the barman for a drink.
It's a human woman behind the bar, and she's like, yes, what will you have, love?
So, well, my dear, it's been a very long journey today to get here. What would you recommend?
I'd recommend the same thing everyone else is drinking. Ale.
That sounds lovely. I would be pleased to have one.
Absolutely. And she's like, and for your manners, I'll even give you a clean glass. She spits in a glass. Starts wiping it out.
It's most
Then
appreciated.
she goes over to a basin of water, rinses that out in there as well, dries it off, pours a nice big horn of ale, big mug of ale for you, slides it across. She's like, gives you a wink.
Jesus.
Spencer just smiles back at her, like a nice, warm, like friendly smile.
The tooth just sparks, like a sparkly tooth.
Ding. Walking up, I politely tap Spencer on the shoulder. It's like, my dear bard friend, not to bother you during leisure after our hurdles, but it appears the lady knight who invited us is somewhat of a fan of yours. Would you mind meeting her?
Absolutely. So Spencer walks over. He's like, "You must be Lady Viharan, the one who
He knows
was."
my name. He knows my name.
It was so kind of you to send me that letter to let me know of the tragic passing of my dear friend. Uh, I'm afraid that without your letter, I probably would have missed the festivities and not gotten to celebrate his terrible passing the way he would have most enjoyed.
He gets real somber again, remembering that her friend is dead, and then she sent everyone here for a funeral, and she's just like, yes, it's a true shame of Ispin's passing. I just left his house. I guess he went to bed and just didn't wake up. Very unfortunate, but he had a good life. He was a very storied adventurer, a very old man. He'd seen the world once or twice and told everyone about it.
Oh yes, well I spent
over.
many an evening over the last couple decades seated at various bars and taverns and meaderies, listening to all sorts of his tales.
Yes, it's a true tragedy, but you could tell by the turnout that he touched a great many deal of people. Speaking of touching a great many deal of people, I'm a big fan.
My lord.
Absolutely big. And she's got her hands behind her back the whole time, and she just whips out her copy of Pride and Prestidigitation, and she's just like, I hate to impose. Would you mind signing it?
My dear hostess, I would be absolutely delighted to sign this for you.
You just make it out to eBay. I mean, Becklin.
Oh my god.
So Spencer opens it up. He reaches into his pack, pulls out a quill and that, because I was smart enough to actually have to take like ink and quills, and it's like, I'm not gonna take useful shit. I'm taking like a fucking calligraphy pack.
What would Spencer St. Clair have?
I mean, I do have like an adventurer's kit or
Writer
whatever
with
too,
pen and
with like
paper?
rope and stuff, but I also have like all the other bullshit. Yeah, so he just takes out, and with a dexterous hand and like with like nice beautiful flowing like calligraphic lettering, he signs to the lovely Becklin Uth Vaharan. It was a deep pleasure to have met you this day in Voglin. And then Spencer St. Clair in like big sweeping letters underneath it.
Yeah, just a big whooshing signature. You hand it back to her. She's just like, thank you so much. I can't wait for your next book to come out. I'm sorry. I don't normally get like this. I'm sorry. I'm such a big fan.
I'm very pleased to hear that.
I guess you've managed to make it in time for the funeral. Are these your friends? Looking around at Callum, Dorville, and Krellin.
We are sort
well.
of companions of happenstance. We seem to have run into a bit of trouble on the road. A few Knights of the Crown were attacked by some deplorable-looking creatures, some sort of dragon lizardy fellows. They killed these poor knights, and were going to have their way with the rest of us travelers. But myself and these companions managed to bring them to a vicious and final end.
Aye.
Yes, they were very ugly.
He gets real somber all of a sudden again, like that like just met my favorite celebrity moment is kind of gone. And she's just like, they were accosted on the road. I had heard there were other knights in the region. They were looking for some. I didn't get the full memo. Just that they were looking for enemy troops.
Yes,
I believe monstrous creatures.
I believe we found some orders on them. One of my companions here has them. Perhaps you'd like to hand them to the lady.
You see
Krellin?
Krellin come over and provide it to the. Oh, no, sir, no, I'd given it to Susander.
Oh, I guess I would still have it. Yes, right here.
Everyone else besides Spencer starts patting their pockets.
Everybody's like,
I kind
patting their pockets. Where is it? Where is it?
Who's got it? Who's got it? She takes the notes from Sir Xander, I guess, and she looks at it. She's like, "This is very disturbing. I had received a similar correspondence that there would be other knights in the area looking for enemy troops. I've heard that there are rumblings to the east of potential war. I didn't think it had bled this far west yet. This is good to know. I've only heard whispers. I don't know much. Clashes to the east. So this is." She looks around at the room. She's like, "This town isn't much, but it's my home now. It's where I plan to live out the rest of my days. I've served for a good long time, and I've taken up residency in Thornwall Keep to oversee the defense of this city, and also have a quiet retirement. I still do my duties. I help train the local militia. They're not much, but they'll get the job done when it comes time, if it comes time. Fishers and farmers mostly, but please come in, have some drinks." And she goes to the barkeep. She says, Yalme, some ales for all of our friends here. Is your cup empty, Spencer? Mr. St. Clair? Would you like another round?
I roll my eyes.
I'm still working on my first one, but I will make sure that I keep you in mind for my second.
She gets all like,
Jesus.
okay. Shh, it's okay. Shut up.
I whisper to Callum, is like, are his books something of an extraordinary thing? I can't say I've divulged into them.
He's quite the author. He's made some quite amazing, adventurous books. I haven't dived into all of his collection, but the one that he's currently trying to finish, I mean, it's quite the read.
Perhaps I should take a gander. What would you recommend?
I can't remember the name of the series either.
That's the Dusk series.
Dusk.
They're talking about you see Krellin kind of lean in. Thieves can't, she can.
I haven't read that one, but the Dusk series is quite phenomenal. You should definitely read it, and just wait for his ending.
Wait for the next book to come out. Says, please sit, have some drinks. It must have been a long road here. Tell me about your encounter. What were these creatures that you met on the road?
They walked like men, but they were covered in scales. I believe the leader, or one of them, sprouted wings and spoke in a tongue I did not recognize.
It was Draconic.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know
what I was going to mention at the time, I got busy with something else. You noted that one that did the fuck ton of poison damage and shit like that, he was of a different coloring of scales than the other two. You would have noticed that the first ones that you the weaker looking ones were kind of a bronzy color, and the other one was kind of a coppery color. I'll show you the handouts. If I edit the names, I'm just going to call them Draconians and take out what they're actually called until you learn what they're called. Show it to players.
I mean, I'll...
Bronzy.
It looks kind of green.
Are dragons like really common knowledge for people in this
Dragons
universe?
would have been like a thing of the past. Dragons they're not commonplace.
Can I make a check to see if Spencer knows that like copper and like brass or whatever are colorations of dragons?
Sure. Arcana?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm gonna suck at any of these int ones, so I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm still gonna try and do it. 13. Well, it's a 13.
Yeah, it's a 13. I assume you don't
Se-
have
the se-
advantage.
No, the second number is the advantage
What a
number.
waste of 20.
So being the noted kind of author you are, very learned individual, you got to pull your inspiration from all over the place. You would have noted that dragons were very different colors. You know the full spectrum. It's all kind of like legend at this point. Brass, copper, all those type of dragons. That there is kind of a bit of a hierarchy between what is more powerful between them. Raina, what are you doing, dog? Silly girl. Sorry.
Yeah, so Spencer would tell us. I believe, they seem to be almost some relation to the dragons, those ancient mythical beasts.
Did they say anything to you?
They
Becklin
did.
asks.
They did, as a matter of fact. You see Krellin kind of sit up, and they spoke in Draconic, as Callan mentioned. And amongst the insults, he told us that the Queen... I should have highlighted it.
Believe you
Queen will
said
rise?
that the Dragon Queen will rise again.
Yes.
Rise again, yeah.
Yeah.
That Becklin's like, that is extremely troubling. I haven't heard reports of dragons or dragon-like creatures, but this queen, what is this queen? Say what this queen was called.
Just the Dragon Queen.
Oh, I said it. I'm pressuring Chris for his notes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was typing out this one too.
I didn't take note of it because I don't speak Draconic.
That's fair.
Frantically looking at notes. Frantically.
Nope.
Didn't he speak in common at one point and say?
I didn't
He
write
did.
down her name.
He did, but he just said
Okay, then
flesh
I can
bag.
say them. Because he would have spoken in common to Kisus.
Jesus. And you see Becklin's eyes go wide, and the surrounding people in the bar kind of like, what did he just say? Gesundheit. Yeah. And people go back to drinking and whatnot, and Becklin's eyes go wide. She's like, Takesis, that's the name. It's a name I've not heard in a long time. It's me, of course. No, not Obi-Wan. But yes, that is a very, very old name, one that hasn't been heard of for centuries. Since the Cataclysm. Since before the Cataclysm. Takesis is the name of the Dragon Queen. She threatened the Kryn. She threatened the Kryn region. The planet of Kryn. She threatened the region of Ansalon a long time ago. The stories are lost to the ages at this point. But rumors of Takesis in this day and age, I mean, it's unheard of. Oh, I got the hiccups. That one hurt. Oh,
Quick, someone scare him.
it's extremely troubling. Look at where I gotta
Spooky
sit.
noises.
I know how to scare him. Luke, you're out of crown.
I bought more today. Fuck you. I had two
You're losing
places
a
to
card.
go today. I had two places to go today: the liquor store and the cannabis store, and I went to both. Actually, I told Tiffany I was going to the cannabis store, and I came home with a bag from the cannabis store, as well as a big bottle of Crown, a 12-pack of the Black Fly multis, as well as a 6-pack of Mike's for her.
There you go.
So
that Jim
Spencer
had-
asks her what, and this Dragon Queen, and how exactly did the people dispose of her? Because clearly, as the Ansalon still happens to be here, she must not be around anymore. So what actually happened to her? I'm afraid I'm not up on my ancient history. I prefer to write news stories, not so much revel in ones that happened long before I was born.
He's like, well, you see, now I only know part of the story. You see, the keep I live in, Thornwall Keep, the bottom floor of it is a library, but Thornwall Keep is it's kind of a ruin. It's fallen to decay over the years, and a lot of this, I have to unbury a lot of what's in there, so I haven't gotten around to what actually happened to her yet. But I do know that she was thwarted and driven off from this world a long, long, long time ago, pre-Cataclysm. She's no longer here. So
Does this mean that she has returned? I mean, we got
that's the troubling
dragon
part.
people.
Oh dear.
I haven't heard
Oh,
any
dear.
stories about dragon people
Oh,
in
friggin' apple thing.
at all.
No, neither have I. I haven't even heard of dragons for the longest time. They quit this world long, long time ago. We hear tales of dragonelles out in the wastes, but not dragons.
Dragonelles?
Dragonelles is like a lesser cousin of a dragon.
Like a
Is this
kobold?
related
Like-
to the rumors of wars in the east?
I don't want to think so, but there's a lot of pieces falling into place here that I don't like. We should continue to talk, but if you'll excuse me, Mr. St. Clair, I have some more preparations to do for the funeral. It's a couple hours away, so if you wanted to putter around the city, get your bearings, as evening starts to fall, if you'd like to come back to the Brass Crab for the funeral, we will be having it on the. See, there's a little dock right outside. I should put that on the map layer, not the token layer. Now I can't click it. There's a dock right outside the Brass Crab. We intend to hold the funeral outside there.
That sounds wonderful. I will make sure that we all get back here in time for it.
Okay. It was very good to meet all of you, especially you. She looks at Spencer. It was very nice. I can't believe you all came. I'm so happy. Ispin would have loved to have seen the gathering of people, of his friends who have come to see him.
Dorvril and I never actually ended up introducing ourselves to her, I don't believe.
Yeah, she was too fixated in the fan service.
Nope.
Nope.
So, as we're sort of leaving, it's like, wait. And then Spencer starts like rustling through his bag. He's like, I may have something that you might be interested in. I, in the midst of my travels, I've also they've had me promoting my previous book. It probably didn't make it all the way out to this region as of yet. So here, take this copy of Naked Came the Sahagin. And as a gift from me.
God.
The Sahagin! What the fuck? And she looks down at it, just like, I have so much to do. I don't have time to read right now.
The
It's
cover
so...
of it just has like a very comely looking woman, like sort of like, oh, and a fish man, like the most handsome fish man you've ever fucking seen in your life. Bare chested on the cover. It's basically Fabio with like a fish face. Like, stuff to him.
like long blue hair.
I was gonna say it's Devin.
Much handsomer than Devin. More moist. Less moist.
Less moist.
An adequate level of moisture higher, mayhaps.
Oh.
It's just, I can't. Oh my god, I don't have time to read this right now. Oh my god.
Well, of course, I'm sure
You
you'll
see the
have
internal
plenty of time.
Struggle. The internal struggle is real. Like, I have to plan a funeral. There's dragon people around, but I have a new book. She takes it and she says, "Thank you very much. It was wonderful to meet all of you. Please enjoy Vogler and all it has to offer for the next couple of hours while we finish preparing the funeral rites and all that needs to be done for that."
Is there anywhere that you would recommend that we should check out? Anything especially interesting about this quaint hamlet of yours?
Not a lot happens here. I mean, let me give you the rundown of the city. So she takes you outside and she's looking around, kind of pointing things out. She said, of course, the market's down to the south there. If you have a boat, do you have a boat?
I'm afraid not.
All right, then this one probably won't matter too much. The Wharfinger's office is the man who leads the wharf and all the fees and that go along with that. His office is down there. His name, I just closed the tab. His name is Umpton Lanth. He's a bit of an ornery fellow. He's very stickly about, people having upkept boats and not being docked for too long without fines and whatnot. But his son Nesso's a good boy. He kind of he's the nicety to the prickliness of his father. There's the wharf, of course.
Do you think he would mind if I go down to one of the docks and just start fishing off the dock?
I mean, probably not. I don't think you really want to fish off the wharf, though. That's where all the boats go. I'm afraid the fishing's pretty bad over there. The best place for fishing will be tomorrow. There's a fishing competition that takes place during the Kingfisher Festival. That'll be your best chance, I think, of catching some good fish. It's kind of the wharf area is kind of busy today. You know, everyone's coming in for the funeral. You said you don't have a boat, but there's the wharf anyways. I'll show it to you. If you were looking to, let me see here. She's looking around the building. She's clearly flustered. She's taking you around the side of the building to point out other structures. A lot of houses, a lot of people, a lot of good people live here. If you were looking, so there's one place I would kind of stay a little bit clear of if I was you. I'm talking like you now. There's one place I would stay clear of if I was kind of you. It's a mansion. She air quotes the word mansion. It's just a slightly larger house than the rest of the people in Vogler, but it's called West Side House. The man there, a lord by the name of Baccharis Estide, excuse me. Baccharis Uth Estide. Words are hard. He and his son reside in that house over there, and they're kind of dicks.
Well,
they're very well off, but they rub it in everyone's face as often as they can.
Well, I'm afraid every place has at least one or two of them.
It's true.
That's no bigger than a minnow in a fishing pond, as you might say out here.
Seems like a typical noble.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or aristocrat.
The way out of the village to the northwest is through the river gate, next to where I live in Thornwall Keep. That's Thornwall Keep where I live. Wink. It's just we don't guard it. There's no guards anymore. We haven't had trouble to the north in a number of years. Had a bandit raid a number of years ago, but a couple of the militia and I drove them off pretty quickly, and they didn't decide to come back. There's also the mayor's house is in the middle of town. Her name, of course, escapes me at the moment. Her name is Raven. There's a thing in the middle. Raven Uthvogler. Her family has lived here for centuries, since before the Cataclysm, I believe. I imagine she'll be getting things ready for the Kingfisher Festival and preparing for the funeral as well. She was a very good friend of Ispin Greenshield.
Perhaps we'll meet her tonight at the festivities.
I imagine you will. The festivities take place tomorw. The funeral is tonight.
I mean the funeral procession.
Yes.
I imagine there will be quite the frivolity if it is a memorial for Ispin, as that is how he would have liked things.
I imagine so as well. It's probably going to get pretty hectic.
It's gonna get crazy.
It's already pretty hectic. All the people around. It's gonna be pretty loud as heck.
It's much more busy in Vogler right now than they're used to. So even like the people who like live here are like imagine the regulars at the pub, and you just get this influx of people. They're just like, I want to drink in peace. I want to drown my sorrows, not hear what your nonsense.
We should probably also secure some sort of accommodations for after the funeral.
That's a very good point.
You're welcome to stay at the Brass Crab, or I have quite a bit of space at Thornwall Keep if you all wanted to stay with me. It's just me and my student, Darrett. He's a good boy. We have lots of room.
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Yeah,
I would also ask
that
if we
either.
with that as well.
I kind of look to
ask if
Sinclair and I
we
go,
could-
"You got perks."
I would also
So you
ask
say-
if we could check out your library and possibly aid you in clearing out, see if there's any more info we can gather.
That's a good point, friend.
Yes,
be
I'd
most
like
welcome.
to. I'd like to look or try and find any information about how this dragon queen came to rest at the end, and if there's anything that might help us in figuring out why this dragon queen
As
has come
Ispin
back,
would say, you never let a
or
good adventure
possibly.
go unadventured.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it seems, my dear, that we would be happy to oblige of your hospitality if you are offering it.
Wonderful. She looks the most thrilled that you could ever look.
I'm sure.
So, well, I really have to go. It was wonderful meeting you. And she goes to shake the hand of everyone in line, leaving Spencer for last. And she goes to shake your hand and then just holds on for that uncomfortable extra couple of seconds
Spencer
before
just smiles
realizing
at her.
what she's doing. And she's, oh, I'm sorry. And she just turns around and you can see the flush of pink across her cheeks, and she books it back to the brass crab, like with her new book in hand.
What a very delightful woman. Well, it seems we have a couple hours before we are to be back here. Is there anything that anyone wish to do?
Perhaps
Spencer
just-
realizes he's still got his he's finished the last quarter of his cup of ale. He just basically just walked out the front door with it while she was pointing everything out. He's like, excuse me, I'm going to put this back inside.
I must return this.
It would be very extremely rude of me to walk out with it.
Especially after she
The
cleaned one
dishware.
special for you.
what time of the day is it, Luke?
It's probably mid-afternoon, give or take. You know that the funeral was going to take place in the evening, like when the sun starts to set. So it's probably, say, 4 o'clock, give or take.
Do we want to just stay here then? If it's gonna be that soon after, what sundown's at 6?
Yeah, you figure probably got
I
about
would just
6:30,
roll
give or take.
2 hours
I
to
do
trip?
want to head down to the market and maybe purchase some fishing gear.
We do that in 2 hours? I think so.
Oh yeah.
The market was just above the wharf where we came in.
No, it's over to the west of the.
It's right south of where we were for the brass crab.
Oh, I didn't scroll down far enough. That's why I couldn't see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's actually closer to us than where we came in.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can make a trip down. I do
Perhaps
have to
we'll-
say that it looks like Kev's continuing the trend of betting the head of each town's military.
Nah.
Look, this is by no fault of my own.
It's East Haven. I rolled the dice a month ago to see specifically if Becklin would have read one of your books or not.
Oh yeah,
And
she
then I
has.
just the one I remembered off the top of my head was Pride and Prestidigitation. So I was like, you know what? It's a great book. It's a
Dude,
great
that
book.
whole role play was my cheeks hurt because I was laughing the whole time.
Pretty good.
God, that's great.
Absolutely beautiful.
All right.
Are you all going together? Or are you doing separate things?
I suppose we might as well go stick together.
Yeah.
All right.
I have nothing in particular I want to do, so if other people are heading to the
Actually-
market, I'll go with them.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Kind of tagging along.
Yeah.
Actually, I do want to. How long would it take me to get up to the river gate?
Let me see here. I think this is. Oh, that's a
square.
That's a square.
Big square.
It's a big area to cover.
It's like 300-400 feet away. It'll take
Yeah,
2 minutes.
5
Good
minute,
walk.
yeah, 5-minute walk or something.
All right. I'm a little put off by the fact that a gate is not guarded. I'd like to at least check it out. Just as a knight and
What a fucking
making
narc.
sure.
Are you heading there yourself while
I
everyone
will
else goes to the
accompany-
market?
I
I
will
will go-
accompany Sir Xander.
That
All right.
sounds far more boring to Spencer than
Yeah.
the market, so I'll head to the market.
A
Okay.
knight's honor is sometimes a little boring, unfortunately.
Yes.
So
I appreciate
we'll
your company, Harambe.
we'll put Sir Xander on the map for shits and giggles, just
Oh,
to
thank you.
denote the two different parties. So our two
I-
paladins head to the Rivergate.
Paladins.
Paladins.
Arabian Nights. Paladin Nights.
We'll narrate the paladins first, because I think
Sounds
it'll
good.
be a little quicker. So as you make your way up to the Rivergate, to the northwest of town, you see this large crumbling keep, not crumbling, but in disrepair keep to the west of you, that Becklin mentioned as Thornwall Keep. And where you guys will seemingly be resting tonight.
Mhm.
It's a rather large 3-story tower. Looks to be, like I said, in disrepair, but still quite formidable. As you make your way to the river gate, you find out that it is a 15-foot tall wooden archway carved with 2 leaping fish on its frame. It looks like over the years, maybe the locals or other people have etched coin-sized scales on these fish with prayers for bountiful fishing. So every time you see a scale, is like, here, Benabog the Great, come see Greg today. And just other, like, please let me catch fish to feed my family. And, like, just other nonsense prayers written in every single scale of these, like, big fish. You figure there's hundreds of scales on these fish between the
That's
two
kinda
of them.
cool.
Move the
Well,
stream there.
Ever since the gods abandoned the world, people now pray to the fish.
Yeah.
You see that there's
Oh, wow.
there are 2 large wooden doors standing within each side of the arch, but they're wide open. They look like, as you kind of get to the river gate to investigate it a little bit, you see that as these doors are wide open, it also looks like there's like the dirt on the ground is built up so much that it is kind of covering the bottom couple inches of the doorway, as if the doors just haven't been closed in years.
And there's no
You look-
guards or anything
No.
on the gate?
Nothing.
And there's no one traveling in and out right
Nope.
now?
To the north of Vogler, there isn't a lot, actually. It's called the something wastes, northern wastes. There's not a lot up there of civilization and whatnot.
I mean, my instinct, I looked to Xander immediately. I'm like, we need to close the door. We need to close these. This doesn't
Yeah,
look...
again, I trust her word that nothing's transpired, but is it just me? But do you have a bad feeling about this too?
Yes. There's no... A closed door does not hurt anybody. We should close this. I begin...
It's unguarded. Who's gonna care, right?
Yeah. At least the door, you'd hear a bang, at the very least.
Fair enough. All right.
Yeah.
Well, as Spencer, our dear Spencer said, let us do our boring jobs and do the boring work.
Yeah. Let's try to close the doors, even push the dirt away and heave
Yeah,
them-
it's gonna take a couple minutes to. Yeah, like I said, it's pretty built up over the bottom of the door. So I mean, even if you work the door like back and forth to kind of clear the dirt and then like kick it away, you can get the doors closed in a minute or two. It's not an arduous
Okay.
task. But you look
Is there,
inside, like inside the archway, you just see kind of like a small cot that looks like it hasn't been used in a long time, an empty desk and a chair.
Hmm.
As if this
Is
was
there one of
potentially
those,
a guard station at one point, but
Hmm.
they just haven't bothered to put anyone here.
Is there like a bar or something? Like when you close the doors and there's a bar that's put down over the backside at all?
Yeah,
or
like a big
is that
wooden
even
beam.
available?
At
Yeah.
this point in time, no. Like you imagine, it's probably been, like Beckman said, it's been years since this door has been closed, so they just don't even.
Is there... Sir Xander, do you have any... Strange request, I know. Do we have anything that's metal, like cans or bells, perhaps?
I can check. Give me 1 second.
I also checked that room that says he hasn't been used in a while. Is there anything in there, like anything at all?
Cobwebs. Aside from the cot, the desk, and a ratty old chair, it's completely empty. Everything is coated in dust, cobwebs, and like you could tell it hasn't been used in a long time.
And these are giant wooden doors. They have no handles, I presume.
No handles. I imagine there'd be a handle on the outside. There had to be something to open and close it.
Well, I mean, the only, aside from the armor I wear, friend, and my sword, I have a mace left over from my time in Order of the Crown. I was gifted the sword when I joined the Order of the Sword, as you can see, because it wouldn't make sense to have a mace in the Order of the Sword without a sword.
Aye.
Sound logic.
Not called the Order of the Mace, damn it.
But maces can be fashioned to look like a crown, so that was I understand that was the logic behind it.
Interesting. Yeah, this gate does give me concern. The only thing I'll do is I'll take my shield and kind of pat the ground to make it look like there's no footsteps. So at the very least, if something does open the gate and walk through, we can at least see their footsteps.
Sure.
Hopefully. But unfortunately, with no way to lock it, no way to put bells, I feel very uncomfortable, like Sir Xander, that this is weird. Why, like, of all times, we should have guards, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
spidey senses. But yeah, and then I guess we'll walk back. There's nothing more we can do.
You start making your way back down. Meanwhile, the market. I believe Dorville was in the hunt for some fishing equipment.
Yeah, I go. Dorval's walking through the market stalls looking for probably the least fashionable stall that has fishing gear.
You make your way through the market a bit. You see various stands selling a lot of food. There's a lot of food stalls. Imagine being at the Peony. You walk past all these different fucking deep fried Oreos, and there's all sorts of places selling all sorts of food. A lot of handcrafted goods like Scrimshaw.
I was gonna say, we're not. Are we gonna get paid in fucking Scrimshaw for this entire campaign like the last one?
See a lot of carvings, a lot of knit clothing, as if people here have made all their own stuff and are selling it that way. Eventually, you come to one kind of say stall, but it's more of a guy sitting with a table, and he's sitting there whittling what looks like a large fishing pole. He's just kind of cutting pieces off, smoothing it out with a couple of like rocks. He's rubbing rocks along it to kind of try and smooth it out. He's got a couple of really nice looking fishing poles. He's got some he's got like a little display on the table full of like different lures, flies. He's got a couple of different sets of like line, bobbers, all your standard fishing equipment.
Yeah. Yeah. Dorval walks up and he's like, hey, sir. All this fishing supplies looks very, very useful at a time like this.
Yeah.
Especially with the fishing festival coming up. I was wondering if I could purchase some fishing supplies from you.
What are you looking for, friend?
You know,
Looking to-
I don't need anything special, but maybe in my downtime later, I would like to try fishing for the big one, if you know what I mean. Some
old
say they were
Benabog.
yeah, this fish, he's like what, 9 feet?
Fishing
I-
for
I-
the
I
big
would
one.
like to-
That's a very
He
good
makes
line.
I would definitely like to try and fish for that.
He's hearing you talk. He's nodding along the whole way. Well, he's not looking up at you the whole time until he starts looking up at you a little bit, and he was looking at you. Looking at your kind of appearance and how you're a little probably maybe out of sort in a city. Being from-
Disheveled.
Yeah.
Disheveled is the perfect word. Thank you. And he's looking at, and he's working his way up. He gets to your face. He can see your ears. He's like, huh. I don't see many elves in this neck of the woods. It's good. It's good to see you making your way out into the world again.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I come from the south.
Oh,
the-
I come from my penis.
Bottom bumps.
Too easy.
I
We've been
get
to
it.
the
Knock him up. I'll set him up. I'll knock him down. He's like, no, I kid. I lost that a long time ago.
Fishing accident, you see.
Fishing.
What?
Oh, yes, you got to be careful with them fishing poles and hooks and whatnot.
Sharp hooks.
But yeah, I was looking at some of these wooden fishing poles, and they are very nicely crafted. You craft them yourself.
They're all handmade. He's like, tell you what. And he leans in, sees people walking by, potentially sees, Callum and Spencer and Krellin and standing around, and he's like, tell you what. For my elven friend, I like the tales of old. I like seeing new people. I'll give you everything you need to fish for 1 gold. No, forgive me.
Gold.
2 gold. Me missus would kill me if I said one.
Is Spencer close enough to overhear this conversation?
I would imagine so.
I'm like, my dear friend, I'm sure that you are quite proud of the quality of the craftsmanship with which you have built these rods. And the way I understand it is tomorrow there's going to be some sort of large fishing festival, and I think it would be in your best interest that maybe perhaps a young stranger who has come into town to fish in that festival, if he were to catch some award-winning fish with a rod that you provided, you would be the talk of this town for years to come. So perhaps we could do maybe a little better than the 2 gold. As I am attempting to persuade his price down.
Give me a persuasion check.
That was great. Bard's
That was
gonna bard.
amazing.
Bard's gonna bard,
no.
man.
Oh no!
15.
Not bad.
I rolled a 14.
Yeah.
So he's like, see, I tell you what. You tell him. You tell him where you got this fishing rod. And if you win tomorrow, you tell him old Jimothy made it for you. And I'll give it to you for the gold. And I just won't tell my missus. How about that? Does that sound good?
I look over at Spencer. I'm like nodding my head, like, yes, that sounds very good.
I go to pat him
I
on the
will definitely
shoulder and walk away, and then I realize like he's kind of dirty. I just kind of hover hand it a little bit, and it's like very good. And then just kind of walk away.
So he proceeds
I will
to
definitely
stand up.
make sure that. Go ahead.
No, he starts getting all the stuff together
it.
for you.
And Dorval looks at the what is it, Jimothy? It's like,
Jimothy.
yes, I will definitely make sure that the big one, the big catch, will have your name associated to it. Not
Good.
a problem.
Good. So he starts getting together. He gets together a nice wooden rod, some silken line, a set of corkwood bobbers, some steel hooks, lead sinkers, velvet lures, and a net. And he starts gathering it all together. And he starts, putting it into a nice bundle so he can hand it over to you.
Yeah.
And for the first time this campaign, and to show off the things that Tiffany's been working on, I'm going to award inspiration to both Kevin and Jimmy.
Ooh, awesome.
Oh yeah, inspiration's a sun.
Wow.
The big yellow one is the sun. Yeah, as he stepped away,
There you
Spencer
go.
has
Oh,
been
look at that.
Spencer has been writing in his notepad, and he noted down Jimothy, the fishing eunuch. Lost his genitalia due to a fishing accident. Fishing for the big one in italics. This would make an interesting side character. Yes.
So I was on the fence as to what to do with inspiration, because in the past I have allowed it to be rolled on any D20 roll that you make, attack roll, saving throw, ability check, whatever, with the exception of death saves. Inspiration cannot be used on death saves. But in the past I've also allowed it to be used against me. You could force me to re-roll a D20 if you have inspiration.
Mm.
So you can hold up to 2 piles of coins, which is inspiration. If you didn't see the animation that Tiffany has made.
I don't have your thing up, so I didn't see it.
Beautiful.
Wonderful.
That was amazing.
I got too much other shit up.
Yeah, I got a lot going on. You can have up to 2 inspiration at a time, and they can be used to force me to re-roll, or use you to re-roll.
Are you allowing re-rolls after the fact with inspiration like I do? Or do you have to declare your inspiration for advantage before you roll?
I will do I'll kind of allow it. You can make the roll and see the results, but not know whether it's a pass or fail yet. Like if you roll a tweener and you're like, oh, I don't know if I should use inspiration or not, and you decide to use it at that point, that's fine.
Yeah.
But if you roll and I say that's a fail, you're like, oh, I want to use inspiration. I'm like, I gave you the option. I'll leave that window to try and open it up to allow you to make that choice.
Yeah.
But if I say it's a
That
fail
sounds-
or if it's a pass or something along that line, then it's too late.
Then your chance is passed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I'll try and leave a gap in between, like you making the roll and deciding whether you want to use it or not. We'll handle it when it comes up, but it'll be a grace period. But yeah,
So
he hands you over
I
this
grab.
bundle of
Wait,
fishing
do we have
equipment.
to make you re-roll it like give you disadvantage on before we see the roll?
Well, yeah, you won't see my roll, I guess, huh?
Yeah, silly
Because you're
buggers.
gonna be like, you're gonna say the number, and then we're like, oh, well,
48.
you re-roll it.
Well, I guess
Yeah, you
like if
can-
it's like an attack or something like that, you would be.
Yeah. Or would we have to say before you be like, oh, I want to give you disadvantage on this?
It's a good distinction.
I think if you're going to use it against me, you tell me ahead of time. That way, I
Before you
roll
make
with
the roll.
disadvantage to begin with.
Okay.
That's a good way to put it. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah,
It-
I was just
it's
like,
the cost of using it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
yeah, go ahead,
Dorval
Troy.
will bundle up the fishing gear, and he puts down a gold and a couple of silver. And I was like, Jimothy, make sure to keep this to yourself. As he hands
Ooh.
the cup.
Little extra
silver
drinking
is
money
like-
for old Jimothy. I said, much appreciated. I wish you the best of luck in the catching contest tomorrow. I'll be rooting for you.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna have to get some practice in first, but yes. You know, I am kind of, well, one with the nature, so hopefully the nature goddess will be on my side.
Can't you just yell like "Here, fishy, fishy, fishy" and just get them to jump into your boat?
Haven't tried that yet.
Here, fishy, fishy, fishy.
I mean,
talk to
do you
the
have
fish?
speak with animals? Can you just speak with
Fish
animals, stick your
beasts.
head underneath the water, and then just like "Here, fishy, fishy, fishy"?
The Murloc sound. Wow.
Yes. But yeah, he leaves to join the rest of the everybody else standing around. I don't know if there's
Anything else
anybody else
in
wants to
the,
do
Doesn't,
something.
doesn't sound like there's anything all that.
Not a lot of great shit going on in the market.
Yeah.
No.
It's a small fishing village. They don't have +2 plate mail, or you could, if you wanted like
I can't worry
you could probably get a short sword if you wanted one.
Yeah, I've got a rapier.
The,
that I will probably
the
never use.
smells
Yeah,
are
rape
probably
who?
pretty good though.
It probably smells like river
fish.
water, as well as like it probably smells like raw fish and like fresh baked fish pies.
Ugh.
It's a good interesting mix if you like fish.
I do. I actually like that smell. That's weird.
There you go.
Shovel.
So if you're just gonna wait for the funeral at this point, mutter
Yeah, I
around
don't
a bit,
have
anything I
take in the town.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This doesn't sound like there's a whole heck of a lot. I mean, the only interesting place really seems to be Thornwall Keep, but we're going to be staying there anyways, so we might as well just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless we did a
Let's
walk
explore it
past,
in the night.
yeah, a walk past West Side or the mayor's home, just on the way back. But I mean, it's nothing pressing.
So if you walk by West Tide House, it is like there's a gate. Imagine there's a gate across the beginning of that horseshoe there.
Mhm.
It's a slightly bigger house than the rest of the houses. Even the mayor's house is kind of rivaled in size by West Tide House. It looks like the house of nobility,
Yeah.
and it has this air of like
Money.
haughtiness. Yeah, money.
That house is
Old
money.
money. If we were a less good aligned party, let's say.
We could sack it in the
Just
night.
kick in the door. Let's
Do 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 do.
kick in the door, steal what we can. Head on out.
Jimmy, go in that window, see if anybody's inside.
Talk to the birds. Get them to scout for us.
I didn't take speak with animals, did I? I don't think I did.
Even myself is
Excuse me.
neutral good, so
Same.
probably not gonna happen.
Yeah, we're goody two shoes. When we and Xander are kind of walking back to the group, I definitely would want to look around for any kind of like, scrupulous or evil-looking characters. Maybe is there anyone in like in a back alley, or kind of strutting around, kind of semi, naturally patrolling, but not really. Just keeping a keen eye.
Just give me a couple perception checks as we're walking.
Yeah.
If it's just you, or if Sirzander wants to as well.
Looking
I'm
for
gonna
our
hope
lady
so.
of the night.
Oh
No
my.
matter what
Well,
we,
they would be down by the
realize-
bars. They wouldn't be up like by the gate.
Hey, you said back alleys.
I got you.
So imagine you're walking. Excuse me. Kind of plop you on the map a little over here. You're walking down, and Sirxander's looking around, taking in the sights, and like, what a quaint little village. Harambe is kind of keeping an eye on the west, near kind of the woods as he's walking. He can't see what's beyond there, right? And he just hears, all of a sudden, the pitter-patter of feet running at him directly through the woods.
Take guard.
And a few seconds later, a ball comes rolling out of the woods, and just this horde, like 5-6 children, come running after the ball. They get to the road where you guys are. 2 fully kitted out knights standing in their armor. Just like, ugh! And they all stop at the line, like, Mister, can we have our ball back?
I let down my guard and immediately have a big smile on my face and hand them back the ball. Play safely now.
That
Thanks.
sounds terrifying.
This kid, this one
Giant
kid
monkey
kicks
man
the-
hands him a ball.
This one kid kicks the ball back towards the rest of them, and I rolled a 19, so it hits this other kid square in the chest, and he's like,
Oh, are you okay? I go to aid him.
"Good. It winded me, you bastard."
I help him back up on his feet.
And they all
Go
just
get
start
him.
running. Thanks, and they'll just run back off into the woods with kicking this ball.
And you kick the ball square into that child's face.
No,
So I was listening to see if you gave the ball back or if you hit the ball back to them.
no, I gave the ball back.
Yeah.
I'm not hitting.
You,
it.
you fucking do what Drax does in the fucking latest Guardians movie. You're just
God!
kid's face.
Face.
Yeet the child.
Eat the child. Oh no.
Yeet the child.
So
Um,
you guys are gonna
No, never.
whittle away the time and head back to the Brass Crab for the funeral.
That was your
Yeah.
good deed for the day, my friend.
I will.
Right.
The knights
Nice.
meet back up with the rest of the party. You see that
Gentlemen.
Dorville now has a handful of fishing equipment.
Ah, you kitted out. You ready for tomorrow then?
Yes.
You're gonna get line breaker.
Very
Wish you
ready.
luck.
We should have asked if they
Yes.
supply the vessels for which us that we would traverse out into the water with, or if we're gonna have to procure something like that ourselves.
I'm sure your new lady friend could give us a vessel. She seems quite fond of you.
Wow.
I wouldn't want to take advantage of the poor woman's hospitality, but yes, perhaps you could point us in the right direction.
I'm sure we could pay her back some way.
Mm.
I would not doubt.
I think he
very
means
amicable.
specifically.
A handwritten note
Pay it back.
from Spencer.
So you make your
Maybe-
way.
I was gonna say
Back
maybe Spencer
to-
could fashion some fancy bookmark for her for her novel.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
You make your way back toward the Brass Crab, and you see that there is a large crowd starting to form, and that near the dock there has been a stage erected, and you can see the people seem to be congregating around that stage, and it looks to be like a winch system over the dock has a like small canoe-like boat. And standing near it, you could see Becklin. You can also see another woman standing near her who looks very finely dressed, very plain yet finely dressed as well as a short, stout dwarven woman. While you take that scene in, I'm gonna float away with how bad I have to pee.
Okay, bio break.
Alright. Yeah, my break.
Good idea.
This is why you need a piss jug.
Yeah, right, like the Prez back in the day.
Yeah.
Oh god.
This is why I don't have Cam, because you don't
You
know.
can also
I've
see
I've
the
already been
wonderful,
the master.
the wonderful pause scene that Tiffany has just put up on stream as well.
Pause
pretty great.
break.
Beautiful.
Pretty
I just
great.
have to pee so bad.
I wonder if that's the first dwarf we've seen this entire time.
I think so, actually. Yeah.
Probably.
It's a good question because that's seem to be emphasized.
Good.
a
I
little
can
bit.
speak Dwarven. That's the only. Everyone else has got Draconic, so they can understand the bad guys. I can speak Dwarven. That's the only useful
I can
thing I've
speak-
got.
I can speak 4 languages.
I can speak
Common,
2.
Dwarvish, Elvish, and Kinderspeak.
Common and Dwarvish.
I got 3. I got Common,
How-
Draconic, and Elvish.
It's like, how many languages could Devin speak by the end of Strahd? Like, what, 11?
Oh, fuck,
Jeez.
yeah.
Yeah, I figured. I assumed that somebody would pick an elf just because of all the extra bullshit that elves get. So I was like, I'll not take Elvish. I'll take Dwarvish.
Well, in
Makes
our
more
usual
sense.
world,
Makes more
That's
sense
like-
that I would speak
that's fair.
Dwarvish.
it would make sense because the other races are more common. Bryn, it was a little bit harder because, like, well, most of the other magical races are just not around, and it's mostly humans. So you
Yeah,
know.
that's why I didn't go with like any weird races for language. I tried to keep it to
I
like the
got,
common ones.
I got Common, Gnomish, Istarian, and Salamnic.
Oh wow. I almost picked Draconic because I was like, yeah, dragons. But I was like,
Yeah.
why other people are gonna pick that? I'll pick some other ones.
Yeah, I really went more what's the word? More like background with it rather than like practicality. It's like, oh, we're gonna be facing
Yeah.
dragons, Draconic. It's like I've been in like the bottom portion of Salamnia almost all my life. So it's like, what would I know from around there? Okay, well the gnomes are just across the water. I could maybe, put that in there, but Istarian, that's ancient, imperial stuff. Salamnic in Salamnia, go figure, and then Common.
Go
I know.
figure.
See, I was
So-
fortunate that I was kind of taught by a couple of the mage apprentices.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It makes sense. Anything to do with magic or anything is also generally tied with dragons in some way, right? So that at
Yeah.
least makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm surprised with the Spencer not knowing, just having been like a friend of Ispin's. I would imagine Ispin would know, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, it's not like
I'm
Ispin
back.
like taught him languages.
I'm back.
No.
They hung
No,
out
fair
and
enough.
swapped stories. He didn't like teach him. Like if I go hang out with Luke and have a drink, he's not gonna like teach me how to speak French or something like that. It was like, no, we're gonna just fucking
Make
have
sure
a
you know
drink
how
and
to
shoot
speak
the
French.
shit.
Good.
I mean, I hang out with Luke, and all he does is make fun of the fact that I know French. So
Look at me, I know
Oh, mon
France.
Dieu.
I'm Alex. Ho, ho, ho.
Alex likes the beef.
I love the French language. It's one that I can kind of understand by listening to it, but I couldn't tell you how to speak most French.
You know what the great thing about the French language? Honestly, like, no matter what they say to you, it sounds poetic. They can be calling you the worst
Yeah.
names known to man, and you're like, wow, that sounds like a beautiful poem.
I'm gonna make a small caveat to that. France French, yes. Where I hail from and
Quebec is
yeah.
a little different.
Quebecois is not way
not
different.
so much, because there's a difference between me looking at you, Coke, and going, oh, tu sais, le pute là-bas, it's like, oh, wow, that guy's, he's almost speaking poetry. And then another guy going, yo, esti dans tabarnak, mon maudit, la calice,
And it's fucking
Yeah, that makes sense.
spitting cigarette butts out of his mouth while he's saying it.
There's that, and spitting tobacco on the ground, and like he has like 2 teeth, and one of them's gold for some reason.
Damn. It's getting very specific.
Is this something that's happened to you? Do we need to
Alex
talk
is
when the
talking
session's
about his
over?
dad, okay?
There's a lot of
There's
fishing villages out there, so let's just say Vogler's bringing back memories.
a lot of councils out there.
There's a lot of
All right. Done
No
my
one's
piddle.
inside.
The little
My drink
village,
is refilled.
the little
My
village of
favorite.
Vogler, Quebec. That's where we are right now.
Quebec? Not Quebec, it's Quebec.
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 Quebec, yeah. No,
Quebec,
Luke's right.
It's Quebec, I know.
That sounds
Most
as
of
obnoxious as people who say, like, they don't say Oregon, it's they say Oregon different, or Nevada.
Oregon.
Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon, or
Oregon or Oregon. It's
Well, I mean,
Oregon. AJ, I hope you're listening. It's Oregon.
This way, in English it's Montreal. In French it's Montréal.
Yeah.
You gotta
Montreal.
say either way. You're not
No.
going to hear an English person be like, "Yeah, I went to Montreal." You're gonna get
I went to Montreal, to see
You're
a
gonna
hockey game and get some of that good syrup.
same deal. You're not going to hear Montréal. You're also going to get hit.
You got
Either
some
way,
good
you're getting
poot- got some good Putin there too.
I will slap you through this screen, boy. This puts in. And all you fucking British Columbian fucks look at me weird when I get shit.
Oh, you're
Hook, line, and sinker.
Your
I've had my jab at the French for the night. Give me 10 minutes before we'll get another one. I love the French. Don't get me wrong. Don't fire me.
So,
yeah.
back to the Game Reaper. Is that the
Mhm.
first dwarf we've seen?
I believe so.
Hmm.
Yeah, Vogler's mostly humans. So you see, night starts to fall, starts to get a little dark. Sun starts to go down. People start gathering. You guys make your way back to the Brass Crab. Like I said, you can see
I get an
Beckman.
ale as I pass through towards where the funeral is.
Oh yeah, they're just handing them out. Yalme, the say barmaid, the owner of the Brass Crab, her name is Yalme, and she's just one for you, one for you. Hey, you want one? You want toast to Ispin, toast to Green Shield. Come on, just handing them out like everyone gets one if you want
Cheers.
one.
Oh, absolutely.
You see, those who were closest to Ispin Green Shield gather on the dock overlooking the Vingard River.
I guess that's us.
If you start to approach, especially maybe with Spencer in view, people start to part ways a little bit. You guys also, the six of you also look a lot more heroic,
Important.
adventurely. Maybe not even important, just a lot like you've seen more than your average fishing village person
Yeah.
wearing, like a tunic and breeches and stuff like that. You guys are wearing armor, you've got weapons on your side and whatnot.
We've been through the character creator. They haven't.
Yeah, there's a handful of other like warrior looking people. Right? You're like, I spent my time on the character creator. I
Yep.
made a class. You're just
An
a commoner.
hour every day, every game. I mean.
So they maybe part ways a little bit for you if you wanted to advance a little closer to the
Oh, sure.
Oh yeah.
the happenstance of
Yeah.
what's going on.
Spencer will go pull
Dorv-
up to a front row seat.
Yep.
Dorville's gonna slink in the back. He's gonna keep an eye out in case anything fishy.
I like
No
to
pun
think
intended.
He's got a fishing kit. He's got a
I
fishing
like to
pole
think
now. He's looking
still
for
got,
fish.
Like the tackle box and fishing pole are taking up both hands. And he's just standing at the back with them.
He's got a mug of ale on top, balancing like.
Yep, balancing. Doo, 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 doo.
We forgot to ask: is Dorvril old enough to drink?
Yeah.
He's an elf. He's gonna be like 100 years old or something. Plus.
Oh, half elf, right?
Oh.
Half elf.
Oh,
yeah.
are you half elf or full elf?
Half elf.
That's right. They clear a little path for you, and you can hear that a musician plays a very soft sounding song as the knight Becklin Uthaviharan steps forward in her ornate Salamnic armor. It looks pristine, like she has polished it since you last saw her.
I'm sure she has.
And she smiles gently at those assembled.
Spit shine.
She looks around all the people assembled. She sees Spencer, and you can just see her smile get a little bit bigger, like a general, like, nice to see you. Nice to see you too. Oh God, he's here. Oh fuck. I saw him again. And her voice carries clearly across the water. You all knew Ispin as a friend. There were none like him. Before he died, he told me that there should be tales, not tears. For an old scoundrel like me, him, make sure that everyone knows my stories when I head off on the greatest adventure of them all. I'm sure every one of us could repeat at least a handful of Ispin Greenshield's tall tales. Whether they occurred or not, or whether they are fiction or fact, it doesn't matter. Fiction, non-fiction or fiction. It doesn't matter. For we sat and listened, or told our own stories to him. He will be missed. There will never be another Ispin Greenshield. On the eve of the Kingfisher Festival, we celebrate you, Ispin Greenshield. Good travels, friend. Until we meet again. And Becklin and the two other women who are with her. I guess it only shows one woman in the art. The dwarven woman and Becklin start lowering this boat into the water, and Becklin leans down, gives it a good shove off into the river. Just like she looks around, gets handed a mug of ale, raises it into the air. It's like, to Ispin Greenshield, the greatest adventurer, she puts air quotes up, we all ever knew or will ever see again. Cheers. She starts drinking.
Cheers.
Cheers!
As
Cheers to you all,
as
friend.
everybody raises their glass, I'd like to take a look to see if there's anybody not
Yeah,
raising
give me a
their
perception check.
glass.
Come on, roll good, Jimmy.
High roll, high roll. Let's go.
Roll good. That's
Oh
not
my
good.
fucking god!
Whenever-
You're so focused on balancing that mug of ale on top of your fishing
Jesus
equipment.
Christ.
You're like looking up, trying to look around, and you're like, oh fuck, and you have to readjust for the balance of it. And you see your own feet and the fishing equipment in front of you for the most of. You managed to cheers as everyone else. You're a little late in saying cheers.
Yes.
we all just hear the cheers, the single cheers in the back, like 15 seconds after the rest
Yeah.
of us.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Oh, the worst natty one of all time.
Oh, that was. Oh.
This is
What if
amazing.
the one that's up in this session?
Spencer doesn't even look back. He knows, like, I'm not going to acknowledge it.
Yep.
Most unfortunate. So you see people watch as the little canoe carrying Ispin is just carried out into the river to the east until it's out of sight. And only then, when it's out of sight, do such respect do people show Ispin Greenshield that until his body is past the horizon, nobody leaves. Eventually, people start to leave. Becklin herself, the dwarf beside her, and then a very, prim and proper looking, plainly dressed woman comes up. The three of them start talking together, and Becklin turns and she's like, "If everyone would like to hang around the brass crab for the next couple of hours, we will toast again to Ispin's honor. We will have a few drinks, have a little something to eat, and we will tell tales through the night to remember our good friend Ispin Greenshield."
Is one of the women his wife? Because as an old friend of Spencer's, Spencer would probably recognize his wife at the very least.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. Was he
Oh.
married?
I don't think he was.
Okay.
Yeah, he's probably a very charlatan man who liked to get around everywhere he went and get a little tang here,
Okay.
a little tang there.
Yeah, because if he
That's
had a
good tang
wife,
tang.
Spencer would know his
Okay.
wife. But other than
Mhm.
that, like, yeah, you wouldn't know.
He would have talked about his wife nonstop.
Yeah.
So people start to kind of gather around the brass crab. Becklin heads inside along with the dwarf and the nicely dressed woman. That's a good
They need-
timing on that door.
They need to oil that door.
Really?
Yeah, they do.
Good timing.
I hear the
Beautiful
sea
timing.
air is just murder on hinges.
That's
Need to
right.
be oiled constantly, or they begin to squeak like that.
Oh, I have a thing. I wrote a tale for us. You see people start to, file in and make themselves comfortable and have drinks and whatnot. And Becklin's like, "Ladies and gentlemen, would anyone like to regale us with a tale of Ispin Greenshield? Something either he told, or that you did together, or a tale you told him? Is there anything anyone wants to say?" See this guy stands up. I say stands up, he's very drunk. He stands up and he's got a big mug of ale and he's like, like teetering in place. And he's trying not to spill it. And as he starts to speak, he like all of a sudden like gains his balance, as if he's concentrating really, really hard on getting out what he has to say. He gets very somber. And he says, Ispin was a very good man. We were on a ship a long time ago, and we were being chased by pirates, as you are when you're on ships. These pirates had... He puts his hands over, they had horns. They were Minotaur pirates. And they chased us for 3 days. We were starting to run out of food. Ispin decided, I don't know if he's trying to lessen the weight, if he's trying to entice these horned people. He started throwing stuff overboard. Crates of goods and armor and hay and food until he got to the good stuff. He started throwing over these crates, and I ran over to try and stop him. But he looked at me dead in the eyes and he says, Greg, we gotta get this cheese off the boat. It's too fucking heavy. So he threw the cheese. And the crates broke open on the water, and the Minotaurs immediately halted their assault. So much did they want that cheese that it was more valuable to them than we were. We took our opportunity and we got the fuck out of there. And I called him Cheesy Ispin for a while. And he didn't like that, so I stopped. That's and he gets real like unsteady on his feet again. And he sits down. Ispin! And the crowd's like, Ispin! You hear a few people like, I didn't hear it was Minotaurs. I heard it was just people. And they threw over the crates that were just full of like money. I heard it was elves they threw over, and it was precious tea that they wanted. It's just the story is so construed across so many people that it's got like 10 different versions of it.
Spencer pipes in. He's like, he told me once he was chased by some hornet pirates, but this is not how I imagined it. I imagined a very different story. took inspiration from the wrong places of it.
Apparently.
Oh no!
God.
Uh,
Oh.
They were horde pirates. No, they were horny
They
pirates.
were
Horny
horny
pirates.
pirates.
well, slow me down.
So the crowd kind of starts murmuring, is anyone else have any tales of Ispin Greenshield they want to share? Do any of you have tales of Ispin Greenshield you'd like to share?
I guess Spencer will stand up. He's like, now, normally...
Everyone shut up! That says, everyone shut up! Be quiet!
Okay.
Yes, Spencer?
It's like, my
Drink
lady,
your ale and calm your thirst, woman.
you've caught me a bit unprepared. Normally I would like to prepare something in advance, but the news of his passing hit me quite recently, and I'm afraid I just could not prepare some well-conceived diatribe. But, ladies, gentlemen, friends, and family of Ispin, he was very special to all of us, a man full of many tales. Him and I had known each other for almost 2 decades now. He was an avid fan of my work ever since the early days. Much like the good captain here, he came bounding up the street one day with a copy of 50 Slides of Greg clutched in his hands and said, "Please, sir, your book changed my life. Would you please sign it for me?" And we got to talking over some drinks, and he told me so many stories over the years of the various people and places he'd been, some rudimentary, some quite far-fetched, and I always found great inspiration in the things that he told me. The one thing he had always pushed upon me, though, is that he wanted to be a starring character in one of my books. And I always just sort of laughed at him and pushed him off. And unfortunately now, if I was to do it, he wouldn't get the chance to see it, but I feel the least that I can do is, as many of you know, I am trying to finish my most famous work, the Dusk series. When I finish my conclusion, I will dedicate it to my dear friend Ispin's memory, and in that way, perhaps him and his stories can live on that much longer. To Ispin Greenshield, and I raise my ale up.
Cheers to
It's
Espen.
been.
Salud!
Beckman's just. Yes, very good. Very good. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Good question. Is there anyone else?
I finished my
Well,
drink
it's
and I get
not
another one.
Krellin is not apt to go and talk about his stories of Espen visiting because of the secrecy of the area.
Harambe's a little hesitant because the story's a little dark and everyone seems to be kind of cheery. I don't want to darken the mood.
Hear just a few people talking about, like, while you're thinking of whether or not you want to say anything or not, a few people are speaking up as well. Like, it's been saved my family. We were poor and broke, and he gave us bread for a fortnight, and it allowed us to get back on our feet. And I found a job, and it's been great. Shield. Every now and then, the whole like tavern just erupts with like, it's been great, Shield, as people are telling their own stories and whatnot. Someone's like, Ispin once saved my whole village just by using his shield when he was so drunk that he was about to vomit. But he was about to vomit on the Lord's dog, and instead he vomited into his shield. And the Lord was very thankful for that. So he allowed him to live.
What?
It's been great, Shield. It's been great, Shield.
I believe I have heard that one as well.
He once walked into a bar with a honeycomb and a jackass.
Oh, God. We never got that story.
Never
finished.
got. I'm so happy that people got it though. Game of Thrones.
Did he also flog the one-eyed snake?
Absolutely, Game of Thrones.
Yes. He milked the eel right into the soup, which she ate.
At least I hope we did.
Oh, that's so good.
Okay. If like someone else starts to say another story, I once heard. This is extremely drunk as well. I once heard that Ispin spent the night in a rock's nest, high up in the Vingard Mountains, and you just hear from like the back of the room, like a snort of derision, just like, "Ugh, you're telling it worse than he did." And the person telling the story just like stops and gets very self-conscious and just sits back down and starts drinking their drink. You can see that the derision came from a man at the back of the room, a very finely dressed young man, very handsome young man with a sword at his belt. He's just like, this man couldn't have done all of these things. He's just a storyteller. It's very boring. Unfortunately, he's dead, but he's dead and gone. Get over it.
Can I throw my cup of ale at him?
Sure. Make a ranged attack roll.
D20 with my proficiency, right?
Is it an empty cup of ale or a full cup of ale?
I'll say like just like that the little like 10%.
Was the
at
dregs?
bottom.
What's your?
That's
Do you
alcohol
have
abuse.
proficiency in improvised weaponry? You have the tavern brawler feat.
No,
Then give me a D20 plus your Dex mod.
so it'd just be a flat D20.
I hate to be the.
I'm too drunk, and I just
Throw it on the floor.
over the bar and I go,
Oh, man.
he was great.
This
I
young
guess I
man's
made
just
on the
like
bar more.
pathetic. Just as this whole thing could be a funeral, such all this for one man. It is a very finely dressed, handsome young man who is drinking, downs his cup of ale. He's just like, I wasn't even going to bother to turn out for this shit show if the ale wasn't free. Ha! Swill that it is.
Look,
I'll go home where we have fine vintages of wine.
Spencer
But this is rather
speaks.
entertaining.
Spencer speaks up. He's like, look, young man, I know that you have not lived many summers as of yet, but once you become old enough to drink in an establishment such as this, you would find that a man such as Ispin, even if he did not do all of the things pertaining to his tales, he was a storyteller, and people love a good story. Take it from me. I've made quite the career of spinning yarns of many breadths and lengths. So perhaps a bit of respect at the passing of our dear friend.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Oh, I'm good at those ones. 10.
Ugh.
He looks at you,
Rolls are
and he's
so
like,
low.
it would be for a half-bit author to enjoy a half-bit adventurer. And he spits on the floor before turning and, like, elbowing people out of the way to leave the tavern.
Seems all that money. It seems all that money can't buy a good attitude.
No. I was gonna fucking vicious mockery him as he was leaving,
Oh,
but you know
God.
what? Fucking Spencer would let it go.
Still leaning on the bar with the cup on the ground, like just kind of crunching a little bit his fist, going, just upset but can't verbally say it because the buzz is kicking it a little heavy.
The cut you just spiked.
Oh.
I like to imagine he didn't even throw the cup. He went to hurl the cup, and the bartender had like reached behind and taken it out of his hand.
You didn't throw nothing.
He turns around and then just like cleaning the cup behind him, pouring him another drink.
So you see Beck.
Sorry.
Go ahead. You go
Just-
ahead.
I pat Harambe on the shoulder and I go, my friend, usually those of simian inclination throw their feces and not the piss at whoever they're aiming at.
He's not worthy of that honor. He's not worthy of anything besides a good kick in the ass.
I almost lost whiskey. Like, I fumbled that sip as you were saying that. And I'm like, oh no. And I caught it. I'm feeling my pants. There is nothing. I caught it.
The minute he said, oh, just a little bit left, I'm like, oh, the monkey piss. I need some monkey. Put a guy joke in my
God.
pocket. And I waited.
Good man.
Well played, sir.
Just
What I do, I make
just
drinks
then,
for you.
as everybody's still a little bit steamy from this one fellow, Durville bangs his drink on the bar counter, and he stands up and he's like, I remember a story of Espin Greenshield.
Oh?
He there was this one learned center not far from where I grew up that was in dire need of help. They had next to no children and next to no teachers. The teachers that they did have weren't very learned themselves, but Ispin took it upon himself to rebuild that one learned center, bring in extra children, and teach the teachers everything they needed to know. And he brought it up, and it was the most magical of things. To Ispin!
Someone in the crowd's just like waiting for you to finish, and he's like, do a spin! He's just waiting for that specific moment. Do a spin! The crowd goes, back to murmuring and whatnot, like you generally hear in a bar or a tavern.
I did that just to try and calm everything down.
Seems to have worked. Like, you look around, everyone's, happy again. They're going about their business. The intrusion of the young noble is kind of washed away. With that, Becklin and the dwarf woman come walking over. And she says, that Baccharis the Younger's a real cunt, isn't he?
Yeah,
Nobles usually are.
I would imagine that young rapscallion is one of the people that reside in that West Tide house we were warned about.
Yes, that was Baccharis the Younger, son of Baccharis Uth Estide, the Lord, and she air quotes big time, uh, Lord Noble who resides there. Very wealthy, but a bit of a cunt.
I can see.
Excuse me, you must not have met my companion. Allow me to introduce Ridimir Ironsmile, the dwarf. And the dwarf looks over and she gives Becklin this big fucking elbow. I told you, if you call me Ridimir again, I'm gonna elbow you in the kidneys. It's Cudgel. Remember that. And she's like, I know, but I wanted to give them their proper name. This is Spencer St. Clair, the one I've been telling you to read his books for all these months. And the dwarf looks over and she's like, oh, you're the one who gets her all knickers in a knot, then. I got to deal with after she's read your book. She's a very good friend of mine. She's been trying to get me to read your smut for all this time.
Your Cudgel. Why?
Yes.
It's been spoke of you many a times. Told me lots about your journeys and your comings and goings.
Yes, good.
I believe
Good
I
Green
even
Shield. Very
wrote
good friend of mine.
I even wrote a character about you. He was quite, and he almost wouldn't speak to me for months because how come my friend that I told you about gets to be in one of your books and I do not? Yes, it was. I believe you were one of the central characters in Stuck on You, A Mimic's Tale.
I love
I
it.
tried to hold that cough back so hard.
Pickles are so gold, my god.
Oh, really? You fashioned something after me.
Well, yes, I took inspiration for my books from quite a few of his tales, bits here and there, but some of the yarns he would spin were so intriguing, so fascinating that I just had to borrow what I could.
Trying to look for art for her, and all it gives me is the one I already gave you about her and Becklin lowering the boat into the water. She's a dwarven female,
Bearded?
not bearded, kind of pretty, average pretty. Like she's not unkind to look at, we'll say.
Okay.
But she looks quite weathered. She's in full plate armor. No heraldry of Knights of Solamnia. Excuse
Probably militia.
Becklin's like, excuse me, I've just introduced, Cudgel, as she wants to be called. She is leader of the Iron Smile Militia. There's another name for that I'm not remembering at the moment, but yes. She's a very good friend. Ironclad Regiment, that's what it is. She is leader of the Ironclad Regiment, a band of mercenaries who travel the lands and do good. They are here to both lend a little bit of aid in training some of the newer militia members, as well as taking place in the reenactment of the Battle of Vogler tomorrow afternoon. That culminates, is one of the main events of the Kingfisher Festival. It's a reenactment of the Battle of High Hill. Cudgel and her ironclad regiment will be taking the place of the Istarian forces of old, and the militia that I have been working so hard to train will be acting as the side of Solamnia, aided by quote-unquote Solamnic knights as well as general militia members. As a tale of old, as the founding of the village of Vogler. As it was in the olden days, the people who founded Vogler fought a battle on the high hill against the invading Istarian forces and were victorious. So at the Kingfisher Festival every year, we reenact this battle. And Cudgel here has been nice enough to take her ironclad regiment and portray the Istarian forces. I had, since seeing that you had actually managed to arrive, she looks at the six of you. I wasn't sure whether all of the heroes that Ispin had mentioned would make it out to his funeral, but I wonder if you would... No, we'll talk about it tonight. We'll talk about it tonight at the keep. I'd like you to be a part of this reenactment, but let's talk about it tonight. Let's not ruin the festivities.
Interesting.
Sounds very intriguing.
You see a handful of people, puttering around the room now. There's still people telling tall tales of Ispin Greenshield, of some just complete fucking nonsense that is so outlandish that it could only come from Ispin himself. Others like war stories where Ispin fought valiantly alongside of them, until a very slender, robed figure steps forward with a very soft voice. I would like to say so. I would like to tell a tale. And Becklin's like, shh, everyone. Shh. Yes, young lady, please go ahead. And this very slender woman puts down the hood of her cloak, and you see that she's a very pretty young elven girl with a pale blue skin, like platinum blondish hair with like a blue tinge to it. And she's very timid. Ispin was a very good friend. He helped me out when I was in a bind, and I didn't know what to do. I really don't know how to explain the rest of it, except I would like to sing a song.
Oh.
Is that okay? Can I do that? And Becklin's like, of course. Everyone shh, shh. And she steps forward.
Very well, my dear. You go ahead. You sing that tale.
Thank you. Yes. I like your ears. Very nice. And she touches her own. She steps forward and she proceeds to sing this beautiful song in Elvish. I don't really have words for it or anything like that, but it's just like a beautiful tale of like harmony and peace and prosperity and long life and happiness. And it goes on for a couple of minutes, and she finishes, and she's just like, it just means it's what happened. It's the results of what Ispin did for me. I was happy after I had met him. Thank you. And
Happy
she's
penis.
like, it's Ispin Greenshield. And everyone's like, Ispin Shield.
Like, what a
She just
lovely
kind of-
song, my lady. What is your name by chance?
Oh, thank you. My name is Lidara. It's good to meet you. I've read your books. Very good.
And Spencer gives her a big smile and like a bow, like a polite bow.
Like a little half nod. Yeah. And she just like, thank you, and takes like a mug of ale from a passerby and just kind of like walks into the crowd. Kind of gets lost in the hustle and bustle of all the people. The night starts to wind down. People start to fan out towards the end of the night. A lot of people are just absolutely hammered where they sit in their seats. And
very hammered.
Becklin comes over and she's just like, well, I'm going to turn in for the night. My student, Darrett, is back at my keep. Would you like to come now? We can talk a little bit.
Sure, I need a bed. That'd be
Yep.
great.
If
Good.
we are,
Like,
if we are
it's been a
going to
long day.
participate in whatever it is you had in mind for tomorrow, I guess we should probably get some information.
I barely get out of the chair.
Krellin leans over and offers Harambe a hand. Steady,
I take
friend.
the hand.
I must ask, will this interfere with our ability to participate in the fishing challenge that is also part of
absolutely
this
not.
Because
Absolutely
I know
not.
one of our companion here was very much looking forward to attempting that. And we could actually use some more details on how that works as well.
Yeah. We can talk. I'll tell you all about what happens tomorrow. The entirety of the Kingfisher Festival. Please. And she leaves. Starts walking back to Thornwall Keep.
Like
us
drunk
join her.
walking or like normal
No,
walking?
she's had a few, but she's pretty good.
Just staying in the
It's like
lines.
She's
She's
a she's a practiced
she can handle
alcoholic,
it.
like us.
Hey,
God,
Yeah.
hey, cheers.
Xander
Woot
Xander
woot.
helps Krellin lift Harambe. We both
Harambe.
pretty much have him like his arms are both over our shoulders as we're kind of like helping him walk.
Thank you guys. This has been great. I miss Ispin. This was great.
So Becklin leads you back to Thornwall Keep, and she's like, your friend doesn't look to be in the best condition. Would you like to talk in the morning? It's all the same. And what I have to say is just, I would like you to take part in the festival tomorrow. I think it would have been one of Ispin's. I think he would have found it funny if you all took place. It would have been very fitting in the reenactment if you would take place with my militia against Cudgel's forces. It's a mock battle. We all have foam padded tipped spears, and we have a good time at it as our forces are victorious, sending the Astarians into retreat. It's kind of how Vogler was formed. Ispin liked to do it every year, and he liked to die every year. He liked to get. Every year when he died, it was something hilariously outlandish. The one time he pretended he got a fish's eye, a big fish's eye, and he pretended he got stabbed in the face, and he started throwing eyes at people as if he had more than one, throwing them at him. Oh, my eye! You got my eye! He would say. He had a really good time with it every year, and I think he would like to see you take part in it.
That does
If you
very
wouldn't-
much sound like Ispin.
It
Yes.
does.
It does.
I think it would please his soul to know that some of his closest friends who journeyed from so far would do him this honor.
I see no
Absolutely.
reason not to. I see no reason not to.
All good
Though
fun.
you did mention that mentioning it before would ruin the evening. I see no reason why
I
that would
didn't
be the case.
want to change the topic to something that was. It's not that it's negative or anything like that. We were just all reveling in Ispin. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to change that vibe. To ask something of you when we're all having a good time. Yeah. I
Now,
think we
can
we
you kind of tell me more about this fishing? How does this fishing work?
I can tell you about the fishing. So, everyone's gonna go by the Brass Crab along the wharf. And all boats are stayed from sundown tonight. There's no boat traffic in the wharf, in the river at all. So the rivers are calm and peaceful, and people get divided into groups, and every group goes up and they do their fishing. You get 30 minutes, 3 10-minute rounds to try and catch fish, and it goes by length. Whoever has the most accumulated length over their 30 minutes is the winner of that round. There's a couple rounds. There's just it goes
Accumulated
on all day.
length. That's that could be a
Do
very
we
good.
need
That could
to
be a good
have-
title for one of my books.
God.
Do we need to have Dorvril and Sir Xander roll off?
Different campaign, Chris.
So yeah, it's a length thing. Who can catch the biggest fish? And everyone's big hope is that they catch Bob the line breaker. I mean, that's the hope every year.
That is my goal.
It's been
One
a
of
few
these
years
times
since he
I
was
will catch that
caught.
Fish.
The mayor actually caught him a few years ago. 3 years ago, 4 years ago. It's hard to keep track. Yeah, Mayor Raven's she's a hell of a fisherman. Fisher person. What's the appropriate term?
Fish or bird, probably. If she's some
I'll just
sort
say
of-
Fisher. I'll just say Fisher. That sounds
Fisher's still
sounds
right.
accurate. Yeah, she caught Benabog the other year, and it's catch and release, of course. So she fell in the water trying to get him out, but she caught him, son of a bitch. Yes, let's speak a little more in the morning. I think we'll be all of a bit better demeanor then. And she looks over at Harambe, like side-eyeing him hard, like, do I need a bucket? Do we need to get a bucket handy for the night?
No. I just
He-
need a good chair and a nap.
He looks like a man of quite strong constitution. I saw him handle some poisonous concoctions out on the road that would have killed a lesser man. So I'm sure a few
Oh,
ales
okay.
will not do him
Maybe
that.
just a good night's sleep. I mean,
Yep.
the ale at the Brass Crab, it's not the best in the world, but it does the job. But well, I can show you to your rooms. Takes you to the second floor of the keep. Shows you some say lavish but unused in a long time rooms. So they're kind of shoddy just because of lack of use. But it's very very nice, very modest. And she says, if yeah, there's a bed for each of you.
Do we all have
Uh,
our own rooms, or are we in like a big like barracks kind of thing, or?
Yeah, there's enough rooms for you to have your own if you want. There's
Except
also
for-
like a big like dining room, like a long dining room that's been turned into like a barracks style. Like she was hoping to have more recruits and stuff like that. So, but it looks like completely unused, almost more so than the rest of the rooms in the keep. And she, as you like walking down the hall towards the room, she's like, "Well, there's the big communal room, and if you go a little farther down the hall, there's rooms for each of you if you like. It's a big keep." Just she points to like a room on the left. She's like, "That's where my student Derek is. That's his room. He's probably fast asleep already. Just don't. I would don't go in his room. You know."
No. I'll take the first empty room. Go lay down.
Yeah, I guess Spencer will. Thank you very much for your hospitality. We shall see you in the morning.
Absolutely. I'd like to say I'm going to sleep, but then she produces the new book. And she's just like, I may not get to sleep, so we'll see.
Is there a lavatory nearby, just in case we need to take Harambe?
Yes, of course, there are several
I feel like
throughout.
saying my name so much.
Every like handful of like rooms, there's like a little lavatory. It has
Okay, good to know.
a seat with a hole.
I'm fine, okay?
Give me a Constitution saving throw. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you're pretty good.
Fine.
You're pretty good. I'm
Yeah.
fine, fine, and you go to bed, no problem.
No.
I think we'll take the communal area. I can watch over my fellow knight there. Don't you worry.
I'd definitely take a room by myself. I don't want these fucking
Yeah,
weirdos
so does
watching me
Krellin.
sleep.
I
Krellin
almost
has
spit out
spent
whiskey.
way, yeah,
There's only one
Krellin
person
has
watching
spent
you
way
sleep.
too many nights in a
That's gonna
tent.
be her.
She specifically led you to the room beside hers.
Ooh.
She didn't tell you where her room was, for what it's worth.
Dorval
Yup.
would definitely take a room to himself.
So would Callum.
Wait,
Excuse me.
oh yeah, I guess because
I
that
have
that'd
like
be an uncommon thing for
prestidigitation or
you.
anything like that. I don't think I probably do.
Did you have prestidigitation?
I didn't. I do not.
It's
so
a fun spell, but it's not like I'm gonna take firebolt or I'm gonna take prestidigitation.
So Spencer sees kind of the room is kind of dusty and that, so he kind of just uses mage hand. And like since there's no one else in the room, he closes the door, conjures a mage hand, and has it kind of just like dust off a lot of the
Dust everything. Yeah.
It kind of dust off some of the covers and stuff like that, so he doesn't just get himself all filthy.
Night
passes. The morning comes.
Oh, we get to long rest.
You may long rest.
Yeah.
I don't remember where that fucking button even is. There it is.
It's I'd say sometime. I'd say late, not late morning, but not early morning. It's like 8 a.m. give or take.
Yep.
And you hear from outside in the hallway, kind of wakes you up, is like a, "Come on, friends of Becklin, come on, fish pies, come on, wake up, wake up!" And you hear just like someone running down the hall, knocking on every single door as he goes. Come on, it's breakfast time, fish pies.
Within a second, Krellin throws the door open, glaive in hand. A little more decorum, please, sir. That is not
And
a
you
very
see
light
this-
way.
You see a young man with several fish pies in his hand, like he was running down the hallway with them in hand, so their smell could entrance you to wake up more.
Oh.
That does smell good.
Mm.
Harambe, how you feeling?
He
The
does
young
have
man
some fish,
stands outside your
he
door,
does have some
Krellin.
fish pies.
He's got some fish pies. Good morning, Becklin's friends. Comes a cheerful voice. I'm glad I caught you. Come on now, get out of bed. Get out of bed. Fish pies.
Spencer opens
Hard
the
to
door, shirtless, and it's like, what is the meaning of all this noise out here in the hallway?
You run you directly in front of you. He's like, I've read your books too, you know. You're filthy. And I like it. It's so funny. It makes me laugh. And he shoves a fish pie directly into your shirtless chest and just starts rubbing it. I've read this in one of your books. I don't remember which one. I've read them all. Back to 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 back.
Spencer just stares at him, taking a. It's like,
it's warm. Like it's a warm fish pie.
Well, at least it's warm.
God.
It's like, I must ask you to calm down for a moment. And
Krellin,
I don't believe that we should waste these delicious fish pies that you are providing for us.
Oh, you're not wrong. I got extra. I got these like full of energy. He stops immediately. His hand's still like at your chest, and he's like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That's not very knightly." And he's like takes off his own shirt real fucking quick and starts wiping your chest off with. He's like, "I'm so sorry. Please don't tell Becklin. Please don't tell Becklin."
Spencer just sort of stands there, just kind of lets him do it while sort of looking down the hallway. I guess at Krellin, like, the fuck.
Cal opens his door and he sees these two shirtless guys and he's like, "Nope, it's too early for this." Closes his door.
Nope.
I'm actually hoping
it's taking him a minute.
Walks through the hallway right now.
Cause like fucking Spencer is like Pierce Brosnan Harry, so he's like taking a minute for to clean it up. But he's ripped, but he's like 40.
Yeah.
I think it said he's like 44.
What do we have to roll to see if Becklin is walking like down the hallway at the same time?
She's
Please,
just not. She's just not. I can't. I can only take the horny so far in episode 1. Please, sir, like some more? No.
You could only take it so far. He rubbed fish pie on a dude.
Yes, and then immediately he's just like, nope, shouldn't have done that, and is vigorous with his actions. Like he knows he fucked up, and he's just like, I'm so sorry, please don't. He reaches and he gives you the other fish pie in his other hand. He's like,
I tell you, is there a place where we can gather and eat these things in like a communal dining hall? Perhaps you should take the fish pies there, and we can all enjoy a nice breakfast together.
It's like vibrating on the spot as you're talking. He's like, yep, and he runs just down the hall and down the stairs.
Well, I'm certainly glad I wasn't wearing my shirt.
Krellin still has his hand in the air with like the one finger raised.
Well, I guess they do things differently in northeastern.
I'm assuming
Salamia.
we all have like little wash basins or something like that of like for.
Yep, yeah, you
in
freshen
your-
yourself up.
Yeah, I'll go back in my room and clean the smell of fish pie off my chest.
Yeah, and Spencer's probably the only one out of us is actually carrying soap with him too.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't think I
Helen
specifically
might
took
be.
it, but
You see Harambe leave the room strangely without his armor, but with his helmet on.
Just a helmet.
Just a helmet. And he's like, "What's going on? I don't know what's going on." He kind of just looks around. kinda
do you
goes
mean
back
that
in
he's
and goes,
just stark naked with the helmet, or like he
helmet.
has like clothes on and the
He's
helmet?
got the helmet and like the greaves, and that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah, the greaves. Yeah, greaves and helmet. That's it. He just looks around like he heard the commotion.
Coke, roll the d12.
D12.
Yep.
Oh no!
Oh boy! Oh no!
3.
Oh,
it's,
no.
it's a little cold in here. Not an impressive sight,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
unfortunately.
Are you saying there's a dick out for Harambe?
Oh no.
All right.
Oh
Pause. Absolute pause. That's yeah. That's a dick out for Harambe inspiration for Alex.
my god. Yes.
I was gonna have it sooner or
Absolutely.
later.
And a I was waiting for the first dick out for Harambe got inspiration. I decided that as soon as this motherfucker told me his name was Harambe. Like, Decks out for Harambe, gets inspiration, as well as for telling tales about Ispen Green Shield at the funeral. Kevin and Jimmy get another inspiration.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Done, boys.
Multi-inspiration. Oh, that was amazing. Good timing.
You stepped up. Well done.
Absolutely.
I didn't think those would fill up so quickly.
Wow.
They might need them though.
I think they might need them after that first battle.
Oh, God. Whew.
So you get all cleaned up. Dick's
So
back in
as-
pants.
As you
Go ahead,
guys make your way downstairs, you already see Dorville with his fishing gear out and tying like the bobbers and the hooks onto the line, making sure that the fishing net is all up to par. He's wide awake. He's already downstairs waiting for you guys. He's doing his thing with the fishing gear.
It's like the child on Christmas in your
Yeah, he's ready to go. It's 5 a.m. He's up. Santa came, motherfucker. Get up.
Go.
Yep.
That's right.
He's acting like the kid upstairs, except he's like, "There's fishing. We gotta go fishing. We have fishing to be
I
done."
got supplies to fish. I'm gonna fish.
If I told my 6-year-old we were going fishing tomorrow morning, he would be up at the crack of dawn.
Absolutely.
Dorville, we get it. You wish to fish, but did you at least eat some of the fish pie beforehand?
You will find that none of you have fish pie except for Spencer. Everyone else, he just kind of held fish pie out to like as you knocked on your door to get the smell, as this young man just ran by. But to Spencer, he specifically offered a fish pie in apology for also ruining a fish pie.
You seem to attract very particular attention everywhere you go, dear Spencer.
My fan base is of a particular persuasion, and I may not have as many fans as some of the more popular curators of the written word in our world, but my fans tend to be very passionate, very fervent.
Understatements have been made.
A very polite way of putting it, yes.
Very polite. Definitely go back in my room, get kitted, and go to the food.
Yeah.
Yeah, get kitted up, grab all your stuff, meet Dorville in the hallway, head downstairs to where
Breakfast, I guess.
Becklin, where the smell of fish pie lures you.
I bring my
and
fish
you-
pie with me.
You just come with one already. Nom it away on the way. You come into the lower area of the keep where Becklin is sat at a table with this young man, surrounded by books. Absolutely just surrounded by books and rubble and just like armor. Her armor. She's wearing like a tunic, breeches, basic boots. Oh, good. You're awake. Derek woke you up, I assume. She looks over at Derek, like beaming, and he's like, "Yeah, I did."
Yep.
This is a very energetic young charge. This boy of yours.
Yeah, he's a lot, but I think that will lead him well.
One of
Siege.
your children, or like one of the local boys.
No, he was. His parents left him here when he was a young lad, and he was a ward of the city for a few years before I gained a permanent post here, and took him on as a well, I think I could say it in your company as squire. I tell everyone he's a student because the people of this village, they're not quite as receptive to the Knights of Solamnia. They are of the thought process that the knighthood could have done something more to prevent the cataclysm. So they respect and accept, but also frown a little bit on the knighthood. So I don't go around calling him my squire. I call him my student. And Derek's like, yep. I do good. I'm a student. I say I'm a student. He's very energetic. And Becklin's like, yes, he's absolutely full of energy, but That makes him an absolute terror in the training yard, I'll tell you. He's hit that dummy 4 times before I've even told him I'm attack, and he's hit it. So he's quite adept. He's got such potential. It's just harnessing it.
Sounds like
Spen-
sounds like my childhood.
Spencer
This
tells
whole
her.
thing just reminds me of my childhood. I become very comfortable immediately sitting and eating. Feel very
Spencer
at home.
tells her that, like, as someone who was orphaned at a young age myself, I must commend you for what you are doing, taking this young child into your life and raising him, teaching him. Very commendable.
It's thank you. That means a lot coming from you. It wasn't exactly what I set out to do, but I think it is the right path. We have become like family. We are very close. Uh, my goal is to one day have Darrett enlist, and he's being trained to be a knight. And Darrett's
Good.
like, "Yep." He stops. He's like, he almost becomes completely stoic. He's like, "I will do my duty for the knighthood of Solamnia."
Well, perhaps our
And back
young friend here could spar with our young paladin here. I believe he is a knight himself. Perhaps he could teach him a few things.
Xander stands up tall and smiles, says, "I would be more than honored to spar with a young squire. My mentor
Same.
himself took me in at a young age as well and trained me up. My lady, I don't know if you know the name of David Alistair. He is also a Knight of the Crown, posted at Starport."
Ooh. I rolled a natural one. He's like,
Fuck.
she's thinking real hard. And she's like, maybe?
Spencer's just
I'm
too
sorry,
distracting.
I've been here in Vogler for quite some time. I'm sorry. The name is I can't put a finger on the definition of knowing it. I'm sorry. Fuck's
Perhaps
sakes.
no.
Then rolled a natural 19 right after it.
Perhaps then, milady, you may know of a knight that's from an area a little bit closer to here. Sir Frederick Humphreys III.
Natty 17. She's like, Sir Humphreys, yeah. He's been off grid for quite some time, hasn't he? I haven't had correspondence. We used to, yes, I've trained with him before. Down in Palanthas. He and I have been on a mission or two together, yes. It's been an age. Is he still alive?
Oh, he's very much alive. I am actually here at his request. It was he who was good
Really?
friends with Ispin Greenshield, not myself. But he was indisposed and required somebody to take his place, and this was the opportunity to give me my wings to be free rather than be holed up in his
Well.
current position.
And Becklin like stands up. She's like, as a student or one who knows of Sir Humphreys, allow me to. She reaches out like a hand to shake it. She's like, it is quite an honor. Thank you.
Krellin takes it and gives a slight bow. It is a pleasure. I've been told by many people that have come through our area how much of a respected individual he was.
Yes, there are a few of his ilk remaining still. It's if you are half the man, forgive me in saying, but if you are half the man he is, she looks at the rest of you. She's like pointing a thumb, like this guy.
You see Krellin kind of puff up a little bit, like if I was ever to be compared to him, it would be an honor.
Again, a man's honor is a great thing. It is good to meet you. Now, please enjoy your fish pie. A little flavor text. You see veins of bronze-covered ivy cling to Thornwall Keep's ancient 3-story stone tower. Seems to be obviously the tallest structure in Vogler, and from its crenellated roof rises a very strange-looking catapult-like device. Crumbling ruins of walls and other fallen structures surround the keep, and amid them lie several shallow square pits and uncovered excavation sites, as if, like she's told you already, a lot of the keep is in disrepair, and she's been doing what she can to kind of, pick it back up. But yeah, there's a big fucking, catapult on the roof. Say like a modified catapult.
Is it trebuchet or?
Nah, you could ask about it. So I forgot to give the flavor text.
Very well.
If it's got a counterweight, it's a trebuchet.
Yeah.
The armament on the roof, Lady Becklin. What? It seems to have been
yes.
a defense structure of some sort.
It looks that way, but it's really just that in appearance. You see, there's a gnome tinkerer around here by the name of Thawne. He's quite handy, and he's modified a trebuchet to be a. Now I know it sounds crazy, but be a transportation method.
Oh.
What the fuck does she call it? God damn it! So I think she calls it just a gnome flinger.
Gnome flinger.
A gnome flinger.
It could use a better name. That doesn't.
No.
I must ask, my lady, has any of the people who have traveled with said device
It is a gnome flinger.
have they
It
ever
is a gnome
returned back to town to explain?
I mean, that's
how
not
it went?
generally the goal. He's only really flung sacks of flour to see how it goes. But I mean, when they land, it's you can imagine. But if he's kind of working out some padding system that he wants to give a trial with some sheep to see how they take it. I heard he fired a goat off the other day, and it was right as rain with his padding system. It got back up, went back, and ran off. I mean, he must be onto something.
Fair enough, but if you put a stone, if you launched a stone with it, I'm guessing it could reach fairly like high speeds.
Well,
I mean, probably.
so
But she's
that
kind of
makes no
modified
sense.
the pouch part, the flinging bit, to be more like people sized. So I mean,
Yeah, stones don't have anywhere to go, my friend. It's for conveyance of people.
yeah,
Yes, but a stone being flung very far can still be utilized as a weapon if need be, even if it's meant for transport.
it could be for sure. That's why I don't really mind him up there working on it. It's a little bit noisy sometimes, but he's a good little gnome. I've known him for a long time. Thawne, he comes and goes when he pleases. He's a good man.
We'll be sure to keep an eye out.
You may also want to try frozen chickens. I understand those work really well.
Garrett, take note of that. Frozen chickens, tell Thawne.
I've heard of a thing in a faraway land called pumpkin chunkin. So pumpkins, large pumpkins also work rather well.
Are you taking notes, Garrett? Take notes, please. Yes, yes. And he's like, fuck, starts writing shit down real quick.
So as for the various festivities we have going later today, this reenactment that you wanted us to be a part of, is that going to come after the fishing derby?
It does. Yes, it happens in the late afternoon, early evening.
I see.
The fishing takes place for a couple hours during the day. Give everyone who wants to gets a chance at it. There's only specific rounds, and everyone who wins that round wins a prize. So there's lots of different little rounds that go on there. There's lots of food, lots of crafts, lots of good drinks, good friendship and people. I believe I told you about the fishing, how that works. There's one other matter. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Did you say you would take place in the reenactment?
I suppose
Yes.
so.
Sure.
Wonderful.
Sure.
Wonderful. I'm sure he would have been absolutely thrilled. Good old Ispin Greenshield. And speaking of Ispin Greenshield, she looks over at Derek. She like nods him like, go. And he's like, oh, puts down his fish pie and runs out of the room.
I thought that you were going to say he walks into the fucking room.
He's like, hello there. I'm Ispin Greenshield.
I knew it. You got me.
I won't lie.
All.
I toyed with the idea for 2 months of just having him like come alive again at some point, or
I
just like sitting
faked
up in
my
the
death
canoe,
as
being
a-
like, "Ha ha, I'm alive!" You
Faked my
silly
death
bitches.
as a big prank.
Yeah, I toyed with it for so
Bitch.
long. I was
That'd be
like, you know what? No, let the old man die.
That'd be very
Everyone
Ispin
has their
Green
memories.
Shield.
It would be.
It would be.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
as she
runs it.
says that, fucking Spencer whips around and looks like at the door behind him because he expects that Ispin like was not actually dead and like is gonna come walking.
You wait a
in.
few minutes and you hear footsteps again, but it's only Darrett re-entering the room, and he's got this shallow wooden box in his hand. It's about 3 feet to a side. He sets it down on the table. It's a bit ungainly for his stature. He's about 16, 17 years old. Sets it down on the table in front of Becklin. And she's like, now, here's the thing. And she takes the lid off the box. And you see it's Ispin Greenshield's green shield. He wanted this to go to someone who came to his funeral. Someone who had fond memories of him. And I don't really know who to give it to. So you folks have been really nice. There's other people here who have come and said their piece and, went on their way, but I don't know, you seem like really nice people. And
Hey, guy.
I think he would really appreciate if his shield went to one of you. Now, mechanically, I'll tell you, it's a +1 shield.
Oh.
Does it still smell like vomit?
It's got a mixture of smells coming from it. Like it's with the magic of the shield. It smells like the woods, the ocean, fish pies, apple pie, roasting meat vomit, cherries, cinnamon. It's a lot of stuff going on with this shield.
Strange. Smells just like I remember Ispin.
I know. It's
He was always a cacophony of smells. There's a
and she
whole
like takes
mixture.
a deep breath like of the shield, and she's just like, yeah, that's Ispin. If one of you would take his shield and take it on your journeys and continue the story of Ispin Greenshield with this shield in tow, and to participate in the reenactment that's going to take place later this afternoon, it would be I think he would be tickled pink. He would absolutely love it. If you would participate like he did, maybe even die spectacularly in the battle, as he would have wanted.
Oh.
Very well. I don't see why not. Mechanically, how many of us can use shields? I know
That's
I
a good
can.
question.
I believe Callum can.
It's just a shield. It's a +1 shield.
Yeah, but I
There's no art
I
for
do
it.
think shields have a proficiency. 'Cause I think I toyed with an idea of throwing a shield on my guy, and I think
I think you do have to have shield proficiency.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think
I-
it's your 2 Paladins and
Dorville
Callum.
cannot use it.
Yeah, I think
I
basically.
can, but
Krellin's got a glaive.
Oh,
I imagine
yeah.
he's not
I can
wielding a
use
shield.
it, but hey, I predominantly use a glaive.
Yeah, Jimmy and I probably just can't.
No.
My
You
nose is
actually
just so
use it.
itchy.
Because I think I looked at the idea of just like carrying a shield around for the bonus AC because I don't need the free hand really for what I do, but
My
I'm,
my
but
I
swords
can't.
bard can use a shield, but no.
Yeah.
I can't use it until I get Warcaster. So
I'm good
Oh.
with Sir Xander having it.
Yep, by all means,
Yeah.
give it to Susanna.
I was.
You guys
I
are
was
front
going-
For sure.
was going to speak up as an oath of the crown. I am more of a tank role. So if I can boost up to the point where I get hit very little, but everybody's
As little
coming
as
at me,
possible.
it
Yeah.
just makes it
and we shall all look
then
forward
I
to
have-
you getting hit.
Yes. Yes. I shall look forward to reaching over your shoulder to help strike down our foes, friend.
Yes, it seems like a very good strategy.
And I shall
may
look
need to
forward to
allow-
cheering you on
Well,
from
for me.
115 feet away.
And I should look forward to cheering you on from 120 feet away.
As long as you are in the opposite end of the 120. As long as if I go left, you go right. That's the main thing.
Don't worry. That's,
you stand over there.
that, Mr. Spencer, that will never happen again. That was just a mishap.
She happily sees that the consensus is to give it to Sir Xander.
When he picks it up, I put my my hand on his shoulder, and I go, just so you know, no one else knows this. I made a solemn swear to actually protect anybody who had this sword. So do know that you now forever have my loyalty as well.
Wow,
Ooh.
I appreciate it. Thank you. But as a paladin brother, I will do my best to defend you and everyone else with it. So that is the oath I make to you as well. Should you have need of me, I will be there.
Right?
Nice.
This would probably be a pretty inappropriate time to bring this up, but I'm afraid that the owner of said shield also still owes me for a couple of dinners and several mugs of ale.
All of a sudden, Sir Xander starts pulling his collar like, ooh. Ooh.
I eagerly open up my coin purse to go, how much is it?
So that's fine.
How much does he owe you?
Dinner and a few mugs of ale. He was
I
supposed
give
to
you
pay for
three-
dinner the last time,
He
and he
stiffed
stiffed
me the last time. Yeah.
I willingly give like almost like a butler style kind of persona. Give 3 gold coins to Spencer.
All right, well, consider your life debt paid.
That's right. And I kind of just wink at Sir Xander. Just give a wink. Go, see.
I appreciate it. I will pay you back at a later juncture.
Beckland's like, did I hear you say that you would help me move some rubble? That would be, I mean, if you give me an hour, then we can get ready for the festival, go over together, start doing some fishing.
Sure.
Just helps uncover some of this, some of the stuff that's been buried for quite some time.
Sure. I'm
Perfect.
strong. I can do it.
I'm strong.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not the type of individual that's great
no.
at the manual
no.
labor, but I could definitely help you organize some of the things you uncover.
Yeah,
I was going to
yes.
say, Mr.
Yeah,
Spencer,
that would
it would
be.
be probably in our best interest to have a man of your expertise to make sure whether or not any of these books are worth preserving.
Well, all books are worth preserving in one form or another.
It's true.
So you
The
take the
lustful
hour.
Argonian maid.
Oh God. You take the hour and help her in a part of the ruinous fort to move some rubble out of the way, uncover, even just clean up some of the rubble, take it outside, throw it beside the keep, as well as uncovering a handful of books from the ruined library. Some are just destroyed, weathered with time, the words illegible. Others in other different types of language around Ansalon. So it's like a different dialect almost. So you can kind of make it out, but it's just doesn't really make any sense because things are in a different order. This, that, and the other. It's just histories of like the towns and whatnot. Histories of various knights and their tales and their doings. And
do I find anything while I'm kind of sorting through the books that these guys are like pulling out? Do I find anything on Takesis, the Dragon Queen?
Why don't you roll a history check?
Well, I don't have any negative modifiers to any of these things. 11.
You see a couple of books about old religion. More so that it's like a book of Paladine, and Takesis is mentioned as like a footnote of being like the utmost of evil, and that Paladine works against Takesis to.
Does Takesis seem like a deity or a god, or just like some sort of like
very
powerful...
deific, very deified?
But like worshipped
Demigod?
or like a part, does she seem like a part of the pantheon of
seems
gods?
very, very, very powerful, very, very godlike.
Okay.
Like basically a god. It's just kind of alluded
Looked at
to as being
a god or a deity.
Yes, looked to as being like the utmost of evil, opposing Paladine. Paladine's like the top tier good god. So if there was the evil, the opposite of that, you would imagine it would be on the same plane of godhood. But it's just like a footnote.
Does that Dragon Queen have a husband that looks like a donkey by any chance?
Maybe. Let me just use some
That would be
rewrites here.
amazing.
Uh,
I find that a good joke, Harambe. That was a very good joke.
Oh, yeah, I got him.
okay, you help her out for about an hour, finding a few different tomes of knowledge, taking some rubble out, and eventually she like wipes her brow. And she's like, "Well, I feel that's thank you very much for the help. Um, I need to go get ready for the festival. You're welcome to get ready here if you need. But I'm gonna go right to the fishing, like when I'm done getting ready. Is that cool?
Yeah.
that
Cool.
sounds
Yeah.
excellent. We shall get Dorville
I want to
prepped and
cheerlead.
ready and go
so
watch
want
our
to cheerlead. This is gonna be so much fun.
friend.
I just want to clap every time he catches a fish.
So she heads off to her room to get ready, assuming you do the same. And then it's time to depart Thornwall Keep for the Kingfisher Festival. Also time to take a piss. Is what it is.
Yeah, another bio.
Bum, bum, bum.
Whiskey's too good, bro.
Whiskey
Gotta
is
pee.
good.
Gotta pee. BRB.
We all gonna take a hand. I'm wondering what the fishing is actually gonna entail. I'm going to
Yeah,
assume
that's what I was
like
wondering,
animal
too.
handling or
Yeah.
something like that. I'm actually
Well, if
proficient
it's
in
one-
animal handling, but my wisdom sucks.
If it's anything
Survival
like
or
the
something.
dinosaur
or-
racing,
I do not have a single negative skill check, despite my -1 in fucking strength because of expertise or because of
Nice.
jack of all trades.
Nice.
I know not a single skill check is any higher than the I have the 0 in athletics. That's my only one that's not 1 or better.
I have one negative, and that's in athletics.
I have one negative, which is in stealth.
Oh, I'm sure that's not gonna bite us in the ass.
No, definitely not.
Fine. No one uses stealth. That'll
I
never
have
come in
three.
handy.
3 negatives. 1 in stealth, 1 in sleight of hand, and 1 in acrobatics
No.
because I got a
God.
-1 in the dex.
I hope you didn't bother
Because
taking
I
the
have
pass
never-
without trace, because it doesn't sound like it's gonna be any good.
Nope. I made it for this one where it's like, no, I want the enemy to see me. I want them to come at me. There's no hiding. So I am not a figure
I
to
only have
hide.
2 expertise.
We are tanky boys. Our goal is to be hit.
Exactly.
Yep. My negative is on Dex as well, but I've also got stealth trained, so I got actually +1 in stealth.
Oh.
Say goodnight.
Also, that shield's gonna come in handy because one of my, I think one of the feats I took was what I saw Luke take when he did his Pally and Strahd, which is the interception. You just react with your shield to.
Oh,
less
yeah.
I don't think that's a
somebody.
feat.
Oh,
Isn't
yeah,
that
look at that
that's a fighting style?
Fighting
isn't it?
style, yeah, sorry. Interception, yeah.
No, the feat that he had was Heavy Armor Master that allows you to just take like three damage off of every hit that hits
Non-magical, yeah.
you. Yeah,
I almost took that feat too. I was looking at it because
that's a good one.
yeah, because I was like, most likely I'm gonna be near somebody, so having that ability to kind of protect is gonna help a lot.
Oh no, that's right. The feat I already have is Squire of Solamnia, so which is still pretty good.
That's a
If
good feat.
mounting or dismounting costs you only 5 movement, and then we got the precise strike, so it's just something extra from when we hit.
Well, the precise strike and being a paladin with smite, like that's really nice.
Yeah. Like Kev said, it's like, okay, well you don't hit as often, but when you do, you can make it hurt.
Well, yeah, because you only get a second attack at 5, and then that's it. I don't think paladins ever get a third, even at the high levels. I'm pretty sure they don't.
I don't know.
But you get smites.
Better sword, better armor probably will make a difference later on. Something like full
Better
plate
sword.
later on.
Better armor.
I
Papa
don't.
John.
I have no intentions of hitting things with my weapons ever. That's not what. They're just there in case.
For stabbing things.
I'm not gonna throw shade on anyone, but Kev already immediately using Bardic Inspiration. You know, it's just
Yup.
it's kind of nice. Yeah.
It's appreciated.
know.
Bardic is great.
I don't know if she's listening right now.
Oh, she's always listening.
That's right.
Appreciate you, Tiff.
She used bardic inspiration plenty. It was just only on Luke.
You're not wrong. Not
Oh.
wrong.
Shot fired.
And then on Jimmy that one time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
The one time, literally the one time it was.
I had to
was not
run all the way
used
back to
on
my
Luke.
computer to be like, facts.
Not that I do want to cut it short, but what time were you thinking of cutting off, Luke? Like how long? were we going
11-ish,
for?
give or take.
11-ish. Okay.
Give or take, depends on what happened. I don't plan on going much later.
Okay.
It's
If
only
at-
1:34 for me. I feel
I was gonna
great.
say that's like Kogi's almost fucking 2 a.m.
I feel
That's
great.
fine. We gotta watch
Been
Jimmy
on
get
my
eaten by the
bars,
giant
though.
fish.
Oh,
yeah,
yes, we do.
yeah, we do.
I'm not gonna get eaten by a
Well,
giant.
If you roll a 1, you might.
He says that now.
I'll just
So?
talk to it. It's fine.
Well, after it's
Here's
eaten you,
hard to
you'll
talk.
probably have time
How
to
to
talk
talk when
to
it's
it.
in your belly.
Here's some beautiful Kingfisher Festival art.
Ooh.
Oh.
The people of Vogler celebrate the Kingfisher Festival.
I see snogging.
There's definitely snogging.
How progressive.
A couple of Kender. You see that there's a few Kender in the crowd. You see the people on the far right with the elongated elf-like ears.
Yeah.
Those are Kender. They're like the halflings of Kryn.
If we crack them open, is there like a toy inside? That's like some
sometimes.
places it's like illegal to
Really
have
hard
them.
to find out.
Sometimes.
Okay.
So as
My mom
you
says I'm allergic. I can't eat these.
as you emerge from Thornwall Keep with Becklin and Derrit, you see that the Kingfisher Festival is in the beginnings of its full swing. People are happy. They drift from houses to the sounds of laughter and upbeat music at the village circle. You manage to make your way into the middle of town with Becklin kind of leading the way. And you see colorful banners and paper decorations shaped like kingfishers decorate the village circle. You see stalls that sell food and colorful crafts in the center of the circle. An ancient tree provides shade for happy picnickers. From a stage, a band of local musicians brings a spirited song to a close as the mayor, Raven Uthvogler, takes the stage. She says, "Welcome, friends!" And she raises her arms up high. "Welcome to the Kingfisher Festival!" Cheers and applause. The mayor smiles widely, not wildly. Today, wildly. Today is a day not only of revelry, but also reflection. We are here thanks to the courage of heroes who came before us. Let us honor our founders, our family, and all those who can't be here to celebrate today. Enjoy your festival, Vogler, with good spirits, good times, and good friends. Look to the Kingfishers for the best of luck. And an energetic round of cheers follows the mayor's words, and with that, the Kingfisher Festival is fully underway. People, yeah, and immediately, like a ribbon was cut at a race, people start flocking to the docks. Yes, the fishing contest is upon us. Come. And she makes
Dorville,
her way
go!
to the
Dorville,
dock as well.
go!
I suppose
Yeah.
we should head over there.
You
Mm,
see
yes,
Dorval
yes.
like race down to the docks and find a boat that's not being used.
So you see,
Well, there's
The
no, it's
traffic
not boats.
flows-
It's all
traffic
like on
flows
the...
quickly
Oh.
to the wharf.
Yeah.
And here you see a handful of people set up. The mayor has walked very quickly ahead of you to get to the docks right away so that she can open the fish catching activity. And you get there and she's already got a fishing pole over her shoulder.
You say a fish.
Mayor Raven takes her place as one of the competitors, and she beckons others who would take place to try and catch the longest fish. Who would challenge me to try and catch
I
Bellabog, the
will.
line
I
breaker?
will.
You
Spencer
adventurer.
Spencer takes notes. The longest fish. That could be a pretty good title as well.
I was drinking, you son of a bitch.
Yes.
It's time to find out who among us kingfisher fisherfolk is the Fisher King. And you see that a bunch of the crowd and the townspeople are just like, ugh, like nodding at how bad the potential pun was. And the mayor just seems unfazed. She's like, yes, like happy as can be. Come on now. You see a few like people move forward, like separating people. Like, hey, you'll be a group together. You'll be a group together. And she comes up to where you guys are standing and sees Dorville with obviously fishing equipment in hand. She's like, okay, you. She looks at the other 5 of you. Anyone else fishing?
I'll
Fishing?
go with him.
Fishing? Okay, yeah, come on. You and you.
I'll go with him.
You go ahead. Okay, come on.
I shall come with, but I am here to provide moral support for my friend here.
Moral support.
Moral support. Okay, fine, fair. So that's Dorville, Harambe, Krellin. Anyone else fishing?
And
Sir Xander, Callum.
I won't fish, but I'll spectate with him.
Okay.
I'll spectate, yeah.
Okay. So it's Dorville, Harambe, Krellin, fishing. So people start dividing up into groups. These judges start dividing people up into groups, and the 3 of you find that you are in the same group as the mayor. It's time. You ready? She looks over at the 3 of you, spotting Dorville, and she's like, "Oh, it's on.
yes, I'm ready.
It's on."
It's time to.
So how this is gonna work is that we will play out 3 10-minute contests. And after each 10 minutes, you're going to roll a survival check. That will determine whether or not you have a fish on the line, and then I roll to see how big the fish is.
Oh no, we're doomed.
So I'm trying to think of the best way to do this, because you have spectators as well who can help you. They can provide, say, bardic inspiration, guidance, anything else like that. So I think the appropriate course of action may be to roll initiative.
Okay.
And where's my initiative tracker? Where is it?
Oh, you just put yourself on the map.
Yeah.
That one, we wouldn't. Our tokens.
Yeah, just throw yourself on the map, fucking anywhere. Doesn't really matter.
You go down here like the little divot.
Okay, this is what we'll do. Roll initiative, and then we'll go through, and on each fisher's turn, they can attempt to catch a fish, and they can hold their turns and wait for the people who. It's basically the people who aren't in the fishing will be able to aid
Oh, of course, Sir Sam.
Again?
outside. Did you get roll another? Oh my God, Alex!
Oh no.
Maybe you should have rolled those real dice, bro.
You know what? Hang on. I just want to see. I'll take that, but I just want to see. And it rolled out in my cabinet. Cool.
Why do I have a name this time, but I didn't last time? That's weird.
Dude. I'm gonna
So-
go get that BRB.
So it's going to be Callum, then Dorville, Harambe, Spencer, Krellin, and Sir Xander at the end. So the people who aren't fishing, again, are Callum, Spencer, and Sir Xander. So Callum, you can attempt to aid any of the 3 fishers in any way you potentially can.
Yeah.
If you want to just cheer them on, get you to make a maybe charisma check of some sort. If you have guidance as well, that'll come in handy. Bless even will come in handy. Anything that will boost ability checks will come in handy here. This is not the vape pen, that's a
Okay,
pen.
so
for the
update. I
iPad.
got my dice back and rolled 3 times. It was 2, 2, 1.
Oh,
All
my
right,
God,
so it doesn't really matter.
bro.
Doesn't matter.
Why are we
Doesn't
bringing
really
this
matter.
guy?
Dude, what did you do?
Oh no, that was still my piss dice too. So
You know what? It's pretty pissy. Get yourself some brown
Black-
dice, wear some brown pants, and we'll talk.
Oh no.
Callum, anything
think-
you want to do to help?
Well, I think bless is attack rolls and spell saves, not ability scores. I think
Yeah,
it's
it
just
would be
guidance.
guidance. Guidance would be the
Yeah. So as we're getting ready to go, he's gonna walk up to Dorville, who's overly excited for this. He's gonna put his hand on his back and say, "Hey, you got this!" And he's gonna cast guidance
Okay.
on Dorville.
Beautiful. So Dorville will add a D4 to his survival check. It'll be Dorville next. So you cast your line, Dorville. Give me a survival check with guidance.
Survival check.
Come on, buddy.
Not
Oh,
bad.
baby.
Add a D4.
Not bad.
Plus a D4.
Add a D4.
24.
Woo.
Jesus, 24.
That preparation
Um,
paid off.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I've been preparing for it, like,
let me
half
tell
the
you,
morning.
you got to fish on. You got to fish on. Now, let me tell you what kind of fish it is. You have a pretty fucking big fish. So you start reeling in. You fighting with this fish, this big fish. You manage to get it to shore, catch it in your net, and you find that you have a 3-foot-long, mature, curious carp.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Wow.
How
let's
curious.
see here. Where's Dorvo? 3. You have a
That's a big
3-foot-long fish. Remember, there will be 3 rounds of this, and the cumulative total of fish is the winner. So you reel in this fish, hold it up, someone measures it for you, and then let it go. It goes back.
Yeah.
It's not a keeper. Harambe, give me a survival check.
All right. Oh God!
Hey!
Whoa!
All right.
That's pretty good.
I didn't think it was gonna happen.
Wow.
I just melted in my fucking seat. Harambe the Brave. Something catches on your line
Oh
and
boy!
immediately starts pulling. It starts pulling hard. Give me a strength check.
All right. Come on.
No whammy, no whammy, no whammy.
No
Okay.
one here.
You're fighting against this fish, and it's got you're in combat with this fish right now.
Oh boy.
So it
Hearts are
feels
beating.
big. So big that it's not going to take one round to catch it. So it's going to be Spencer's turn right now. But
Oh
you
my-
have
I was gonna
something on the line.
I was gonna add, like, as he caught that, you said that, like, he's essentially in combat with that fish.
He is.
Could I
yeah,
use
he's-
my reaction to use cutting words against the fish?
The fish doesn't make a save. It's his rolls.
Okay.
So I'll give a bonus to his roll if you want to use cutting words. Roll your bardic inspiration, and I'll factor it into the DC.
Boom, boom, boom. Because I can do that outside of. Because anything I do now on my turn is not going to be good until next round. 6.
Ooh.
Okay. Okay.
Damn.
That's
Wow.
pretty good.
Oh, baby, let's go.
So what do you say to Harambe now? You
Well, no,
see him
that's for my cutting words to.
Yeah, that's fine. So we'll describe it like this. You see Harambe now. He's fishing, and all of a sudden, like, he stumbles a bit because whatever he has on the line is massive. And immediately, what do you say now? You imagine you got like a drink or a fish pie in hand, watching the festivities, and all of a
Fish
sudden
pie
you
in
see
one hand and a drink in the
Harambe just
other.
like, oh fuck.
I lean in and say, think of how glorious a memorial to our dear friend Ispen would be if you were to catch a fish of legend on this day.
You see,
Harambe
you see,
feels
you see
emboldened.
Harambe's eyes just kind of turn into saucers. It's like the excitement and adrenaline goes to the top, breaks through past 10. He's in. He's locked in.
So you're locked in. Because you didn't roll shit on your strength check, the line doesn't immediately break.
Oh,
Oh,
It's good. So do I get my actual
You
turn
get full
now?
turn still. Yeah, full turn.
I will give Bardic Inspiration to Harambe.
Okay, that's a D6.
Uh,
Factoring in a 6
So he
to potentiality of the DC
uh,
with your reaction of cutting words.
Well, no, I mean, like I cutting words to burn one, but now on my turn, I'm going to give him normal
that's
Bardic
fine.
that he
I'm
can
factoring both. Yeah, they're both
yeah,
factored in
so
there.
that he can use or not use as he sees fit.
Jesus
Do I have
Christ.
any bullshit? I don't think I have any bullshit that I can really do.
I'm not taking that chance.
I just take a large bite out of my fish pie and end my turn.
oh, jeez.
Krellin, you see Harambe just struggling with a fish. Cast your line, sir. Survival check.
No
I was-
fucking pressure at all.
I
at this
was
fucking
gonna
point.
pump everything into Torferal, but then
20! 20!
20.
Dirty 20!
20. So
Pretty good.
you feel you have something on the line as well, and it feels big. You're immediately bucked forward a bit as it just starts taking line off your rod.
Oh,
Let me see here. That's that. Let me see. You feel it taking line off your rod, and you start to reel in, and it's fighting you. It doesn't take as long as you think it would, as you reel in a fish, and it is a tiny, curious carp that is 1 foot long. It is 1 foot long. Because I checked. I rolled on the fish, and I rolled not great. But you take it in, no problem. It's not a fight for you. So you're sitting at 1 foot of fish. Jimmy's sitting at 3. Harambe's got something on the line. Sir
at least I caught a
Xander,
fish.
yeah, you're on the board. Sir
Uh.
Xander, is there anything you want to do to aid anyone on the field of the fishing battlefield?
Like I'm not like right beside them, right? They're out in their boat. They're doing.
Nope, they're
They're
standing at the wharf.
Oh,
As I said,
not
the wharf is just
physically-
calm. Fishing, the boats have all been suspended since last night to make the
fish
wharf
come
and the
in.
bay, the river, calm.
Can I
to
not
entice fish to come
physically anchor Harambe? Is that against the rules? Am I allowed to do that?
You know, if you want to go hold him,
Yeah.
he will
do that.
get advantage on his next
Okay.
check.
Yes,
You're basically
my
helping
Do
him.
that.
If
Then
you
I
want to
will do
help
that.
him,
Yeah. Not like that.
What did you say about dicks for Harambe?
No,
you
that's
see,
Out,
you
not
see, you
in.
get maybe a dirty look from oh, this is what happens. So you go over to Harambe and you grab hold of him. You're like, yes, you got it, kind of thing, and you hear just can't even roll in his own fish. Do you see him, boy? Do you see him? And you hear just derisive voice behind you.
Completely ignore it and focus on my objective.
sweet. Somebody.
He needs help to roll in his fish. And anyone who is not fishing can look over and see the voice belongs to an old balding man with that horseshoe haircut, and it's very wild out the back, huge beard, and he has two mugs of ale in front of him, and he's drinking heavily from each one. And beside him stands that young lord that you saw previously in the bar,
Who is now named
Baccharis the
Joffrey.
Younger. Baccharis the Younger, and they're standing together, and the older man is clapping the younger on the shoulder, like, "Do you see him? He needs help to bring in his fish."
Spencer turns back towards the loud, obnoxious man and says, "That's not it at all. We are a very close-knit group, and we just love physical affection and appreciation of each other."
not helping.
Me.
All right,
Because I imagine the paladin
Is-
is just like wrapped his arms around his waist, is basically like hugging him from behind.
I'm gonna need a deception check from you because you're not that close, Knit. And then from the basis of that, you will need persuasion. All right.
9.
No, that's fine.
Side.
That's fine.
Oh.
Give me a persuasion roll. The DC is slightly higher now.
Jesus.
10.
Oh.
Why are my rolls
10.
so low?
So he stands.
Yeah.
This lord stands there laughing all the further at what you say, and he's like, "It just sounds like weakness to me." And Harambe, instead of
Is
having
he-
advantage, will now get disadvantage
Oh, fuck
due to the
off.
heckling, but they cross each other out to make a flat roll.
Oh.
Oh,
is this guy participating or is he
He's
just
not.
on
He's
the
standing on the
sides?
sidelines, just laughing and
just
drinking.
being a douche.
Can
Just
I
being a
I-
douche.
do anything? Can I still not do anything, or?
No, your action is.
It's your turn.
I would assume is.
Your action, your
is
action
assisting.
is to help. Harambe.
Can I
So you have a
give?
bonus action if you want, Sir Xander. I don't know
Oh,
if
wait,
you
hang
have
on.
anything
Hang
that'll
on.
work.
Hang on. Hold it up. Wait a minute.
I
Damn it,
can't
no,
wait
that
for
one.
us to punish these rich assholes. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be.
I was
It's
actually
just
hoping
killing
that
me
the kid
inside.
was going to be one of the ones fish. That's what I was going to save all my cutting words for, to like,
Mm.
because I was hoping the kid was going to be in the fishing tournament.
Vicious mockery, even. You just like. It's insults
Yeah,
of my
nothing.
fish.
Nothing that would benefit here. So I guess I'll just cancel out the heckling. I guess
That's good.
all I can do. Yeah. Unless I
Yep.
can, I can't give my inspiration to him. No.
Nope.
So
Inspiration
yeah,
is also not transferable for what it's worth.
Oh.
It is
That
for
was,
your
that was
rolls
actually what
or
I was
for-
going to do.
Yeah, it is for your rolls
Yep.
or for you to use against me.
All right.
That's
Yep.
new.
That's that's all I can do then.
I will keep that. I've heard that
You've
before.
never done that.
I've never done that, but I've heard it on Glass Cannon lately. Shout out Glass Cannon, great fucking podcast, and I like it. Inspiration is earned by you. It is used by you, or you can use it against me at any point. Because why not?
Yep.
Fuck me, right?
Can I burn mine retroactively to fuck up your heckling?
No.
Okay.
Eat a dick. Callum, what are you doing, my man?
Callum's gonna see Harambe's got this fish on and he's got help. He's gonna go over and he's gonna hey, don't listen to that asshole. You got this. And he's gonna cast guidance on. Guidance and Bardic Inspiration stack, right? Like they're not.
They can.
Yep.
Okay, yeah,
Absolutely
okay.
can.
Yeah, okay, then he will cast guidance on Harambe and
Woohoo!
tell him that you've got this. You're gonna make it.
Let's go.
Okay. Dorville.
I'm going
seeing
to
that
attempt
you
to
have-
continue fishing.
Yeah, you continue fishing, but you also brought your own gear. Something I failed to remember in the beginning. So you brought your own gear. Everyone else that is currently fishing, aside from the mayor, was provided gear for them.
Oh no, shitty rentals.
Shitty rentals. You have your own gear. You would make your survival check with advantage, sir.
Retroactive survival check from before.
He had a really good fish.
He got a good fish.
I know.
I mean, he got like the best possible fish you could get without getting Bedabog.
That's still pretty good.
22 is
Yeah.
it's a fish. Fish on. Fish on for sure. Let me roll the dice to see what kind of
Fish
fish
on.
you have on.
Better roll good.
So you roll in a fish. It takes you a minute or so of fighting. It's putting up a good fight against you. You pull in a what is it called? A mature river eel. It is a foot and a half long.
Hey,
Yeah, not bad.
Dorfils
Or-
might still win this on length.
4.5
Yeah.
feet.
All right.
Oh, I
I
put that
know
in the wrong.
exactly how that sounded.
How do I erase that? I put it in the wrong. 1.5. There we go. I'll just scroll it out. It's fine. I'm using Tiffany's iPad, and I don't know how to use iPads.
Four
so door,
and a half. But total.
Yep, Dorval's sitting at 4.5 feet of fish. Krellin's sitting at 1 foot of fish, and Harambe has something on the line. Harambe, fish on, bro. Give me a strength check
Okay.
with
With
advantage,
Yep.
with guidance, with bardic
And-
inspiration.
Oh, did he still have
Can I
advantage?
use?
And-
Can I use
No, sorry,
my
not
inspiration
advantage.
against? Oh,
No, he's making a roll. I'm not making anything.
Yeah.
So
He does
not
have
not
advantage.
advantage because of the heckling. So that it's just a straight roll with guidance and the potentiality of bardic inspiration.
All right, here we go.
Do it.
No pressure, huh?
Right?
No.
Just be strong.
Oh my god.
Back-to-back crits.
I've never facepalmed so quickly, and to have it on camera.
wow!
I gotta put this. I
Let's
thought I was holding my
go.
vape pen, but I was holding the pen from my wife's iPad. So you were fighting with this fish, and it's minutes go by, and everyone is fishing around you, and you're just pulling in this one fucking fish, rolling, reeling, and it's pulling, and you're pulling back against it. Sir Xander is behind you, pulling on you. You can do it. You can do it, and you are pulled into the water. It's chest deep at this point.
Wow.
So Xander falls in beside you, and as you're reeling, still fighting this fish, it is spent, completely spent. Before you lies this 9-foot monstrosity of a fish, and you hear just gasps from the crowd behind you. He's been caught. Bedabog, the line breaker. He's got Bedabog, the line breaker. Bedabog, the line breaker, everybody. Yeah. And people start absolutely cheering as you are in the water with Bedabog, the line breaker, and Sir Xander beside you.
Sir Xander, help me. Let's pick it up.
Yeah,
Let's
he
get the
is.
treasure.
Bedabog is
Get your
completely
father.
spent. He's out of energy. He is your fish at this moment.
Yeah.
He's 9 feet.
9 feet of fish.
Let's go.
All I need is 5 more feet.
I mean, it's not. It could. You could just continue to catch fish, like Harambe and Sir Xander are in the water. Spencer, it's your turn.
So Spencer, while he's applauding the catch, he turns back to the ugly fucking bald guy and tells him,
Yes.
"It's like, it seems that the ladies of this town at least have something far more attractive to finally look at." As I hit him with a vicious mockery.
Yeah. That was great.
For one, well, I'm not trying to hurt him. I'm just trying to it's the disadvantage that comes with it. Is more the
He fails. So Lord Baccharis is just like, taken aback by your words, sputters into his drink. It's like, well, I never. So rude. These uppity fisher folk. And he, come on, Baccharis the younger, and he slaps his son on the shoulder and like pulls him away through the crowd, and they leave.
He doesn't call him Junior.
He does not.
Ugh.
Bonus action.
I'm good.
Okay.
That was great.
Krell, give me a survival check. Sitting on 1 foot of fish.
Hope not. 16?
Fish on, my man. Fish on. Let's see what kind of fish. You roll in a couple minutes of fighting. It seems a little easier than the eel. Almost like the eel was more nimble. You have pulled in a tiny, curious carp. It is 1 foot long.
Fuck off. That's what I got last time.
Sitting on 2 feet of fish. So Xander, you are in the water, sir.
It'd be fun.
Yes, and
It'd be funny
I
if it
am
was the same
helping.
fish.
I am helping Harambe lift.
Just like hugging him in joy, like we did it for Green Shield. He blessed us this evening. Look at it, it's so grand.
Imagine
So, Xander, I'll tell you-
they're both holding it up like over their heads. 'Cause it takes two of them to lift it because it's so long.
It takes two of them. So you can either continue to like Harambe has this fish in hand. You no longer really need to help him with this fish. Also, Harambe, on your turn as well, this fish is well in hand, and someone has measured it kind of in the water with you.
Yep.
So on your turn, you can climb out and continue to fish for the remaining round. So Sir Xander, you can climb out and assist someone else or Harambe in the next round of fishing. What would you like to do?
Do you other two boys need assistance?
I'm not gonna come anywhere close unless I catch that same fish again.
Yeah,
I don't-
Dorville has caught several good-looking fish. Quellen has caught a couple of fish, just a little less length. Harambe clearly in the lead right now with a lot of fish.
Did
You know
they
what's
put the
funny is
big guy
I
back, or is the big guy just like
Oh
exhausted?
yeah, no. Once they measure it, they kind of let him kind of wave him around in the water a little bit. Move the water through his gills, and he slowly just swims off back into the deep. Potentially, you could catch him again.
I'll wait up. I'll climb back up onto the dock. I guess hold my hand out for Harambe if he's coming back, and kind of just wait out until somebody else needs help.
Okie dokie. So Callum, you see Sir Xander helping Harambe out. Dorville's still fishing. Krellen's still fishing. What you like to do?
I'm gonna go over to Krellin this time and say, "Hey, it's all good. You got this." And I'm gonna give
You
him
got
guidance.
You got this, bro.
I might as well give
Buddy.
one to everybody,
I
right?
appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Everybody gets one.
Work down the
Everybody gets
line.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm Spider-Man.
Promotes teamwork.
Thank you.
Yep. Little butt pat to everybody
Yeah.
on the way by.
Yeah, a little booty tap.
Yeah, little booty tap. Little booty tap.
Whoa, whoa. There it is.
All right, Dorville. You got some fish on the line. I'll tell you, you're sitting at 4.5 feet worth of fish. Nothing to
Yep.
shake a stick at. Give me a survival check with advantage because you have your own gear.
Yes, sir.
Damn.
It's a lot of
Oh,
fish.
so close.
It's a lot of fish. You managed to pull in. Let me see here. It's a fight. It's a fight and a half. But you managed to eventually, with some effort, pull in a greater curious carp that is 5 feet long.
God damn it.
Yes. Dorville is
sitting-
super happy because he's looking at it. He's like, "I know this. I can do this. I can beat the greatest legend fish. I can do this with my multiple fish. I got this."
Yeah, you are sitting on quantity, not quantity.
Accumulated
Sorry, quantity, not quality. Excuse me. I had it
Yes.
backwards.
I don't know. That's pretty
You got three fish of decent size: a 3-footer, 1.5, and a 5-foot fish.
Look,
9.5 feet.
Harambe's not doing this to win. He's doing it for the memes, as he should. Alright?
No, you said the words. No, you
Yes,
said
you're
the
so
word.
right.
You've triggered a wild coke.
Oh my god, you've no idea. Jim, I hope you win everything. I'm just so happy. I wasn't even gonna say it. Here we are, and I just can't believe it. I'm fucking flabbergasted. Memes are real.
Love it.
Oh no!
Jeez, you
So
killed
it's
him. You
gonna-
literally killed him.
It's gonna be Harambe's turn.
Oh my god! I can't even. Dude, like, I am so, shaky from adrenaline. Holy shit. Alright, I gotta roll with survival.
Yeah,
Let's
as
do
soon as
that.
you get out of the water,
Get out of the water, yeah.
Get out of the water. That's
Cast
your
a line
movement.
in.
Yeah. Yeah. You can use your action to make a survival check. I swear to God, you roll a natural fucking 20.
You still
You're
have
from
bardic
Florida.
inspiration.
You do still have bardic inspiration.
It's 20. 20 total.
20.
Oh,
Fuck.
jeez.
Fuck. So Harambe climbs out of the water. I imagine climbs out of the water, beats his chest, eats 2 bananas, casts the line.
Yeah!
Doesn't struggle in the slightest, just casts the line, yanks it back as he pulls out a greater curious carp that measures 5 feet in length.
Oh
Just
my God.
one fluid action. Yeet, yeet, whoosh. This big fucking fish lands on the ground as Judge is running over to measure it so they can quickly get it back in the water. 5 feet long. Such a cunt.
I can't breathe, guys. Oh my god.
The face hurts.
You've been face bombing so hard.
The face hurts.
God.
I'm smiling. I'm saying nonsense.
That'll end my turn.
so,
Yeah, well.
so Spencer looks over at the mayor and says, I can see why this is such a popular festivity of yours. It is a great deal of fun.
So she's pulling in fish as well. Like it's pretty. She's
Is she
pumping him out.
like just like sweating and pissed off because she's getting
she's
beaten
like,
so
oh god,
handily?
oh god, oh god, gotta get fish.
You said I could use I could make like some sort of like a charisma check or something like that to like cheer someone on. I want to attempt
yeah.
to cheer on Krellin.
Okay, you can basically give him advantage with your action. What do you say to him?
Yeah, I tell him is like don't let this get you down. Maybe aim your line a little bit over to the right so that you do not catch that same fish for a third time. But you
One lazy fish out there just like, oh god, oh food, oh god, oh god.
Oh, so good.
Same brain dead fish.
Oh.
I'm done.
Okay, Krellin, the survival check with advantage
Yeah, and guidance.
and guidance.
Oh, is the fish named Reese too?
17.
21.
Oh, did you already did you roll
Roll a
the
D4 for guidance.
Oh, so I
You
automatically had a
penis.
D4 because I was
You
thinking
penis.
of like
It's
fucking.
not 4, it's a D4.
No, it's because
thinking,
everybody
yeah.
else keeps getting a 4. That's why he's thinking that.
Yeah.
Hey! 21.
Yes,
You roll the dice.
Look, if we roll enough 4s, he'll stop asking us and just make it 4 every time by default to save time.
Right?
Yep.
No, I will not. So, Krellin, feeling emboldened by Spencer's words, the inspiration of Callum, casts his line out into the water. Won't be undone. He's caught a few piddling little fish here to begin with. He's sitting on 2 feet worth of fish. But he casts the line out, and he's maybe a little bit of doubt in the back of his mind. He's not thinking, well, I've lost. And all of a sudden, he's lurched forward as he reels in over the course of a couple of minutes this 6 foot long monstrosity of a fish. This gigantic greater curious carp. It is an overly large carp for its size that is not Benabog. So that will be 6 more feet of fish, putting you on 8 feet of fish. Jimmy is sitting at 9.5 feet of fish. Harambe sitting at 14 feet of fish. Is the winner
That's the
of
way he
this
likes
round.
I would posit that with Callum's fish, it's not so much that he caught a big fish as he caught that same 1-foot fish again, and as he yanked it free from the water, this 6-foot fish jumps out and swallows the small fish. And then he pulls that in.
Yes.
It still counts.
Also want to say
Krellin
thank
pulls
you.
in, 5 feet worth of fish, not to be outdone at the end, showing his skills. But with Benabog the line breaker, as well as a 5-foot fish, Harambe, stands as the winner of this round. Mayor Raven comes over to you and personally shakes your hand, and she's like, It's been a couple of years since we've seen Benabog out here. Good job, like really good job. I would like to present you," and she gives you her fishing rod. It is beautiful. It is ornately carved. It is pristine in its shape. It has kingfisher symbols carved into like the kind of the base of it. It is made of like very nice wood. And she grabs your hand, throws it in the air, and she's like, "We have the victor of this round of the fishing. He caught Benabog the line breaker!" And a
You
bunch
know
of
what I feel
people
like?
who are nearby are just like, "Yes!
I feel like that meme where it's like Michael Scott shaking. He's like all confused. Like, "Are you real? This is real?"
You could say she gave him a really nice rod.
She
Oh,
did.
she gave him the nicest of rods.
Well done, Sean.
The nicest of rods. It was
Of
close.
Ron?
Of Ron's. It was close.
Of
Don't
Ron?
lie. It was pretty close.
Back-to-back crits kinda helped.
That's funny.
Uh,
Oh
Back-to-back crits. Just fucking clutch that. Jesus.
Claire.
brutal.
Oh, God.
Amazing, but brutal.
So,
This is just fishing. I just want to
just fishing, bro.
If
Just
that's
fishing.
that's for this adventure, make it adventure.
It's a shame we had to put them back.
Yep.
I do it in games too. This is great. Oh
Yep.
my god.
If we had only kept them all, they'd probably be set for fish for the rest of the year.
Pretty much.
So your round of fishing kind of winds down. The mayor, having given her rod away, she's like, "Well, I guess I'm done fishing for the day." And she proceeds to like walk into the crowd, like shaking hands and talking to people here, talking to people there. Becklin will kind of come over and she's like, "Well, that was an impressive performance put on by all of you. Holy shit. Like, holy shit, good job. And you got Benabog the line breaker."
Right.
And she comes over to Harambe and like grabs his shoulders and like shakes him. She's like, "That is such a fortuitous sign. There could be nothing but good things in your future."
Green Shield blesses us this day. It's great.
Yup.
Ah. God, I can't. My face hurts so much.
Says it's almost well. If you're like my militia are getting ready, they're gonna head up to High Hill pretty soon here and get ready for the reenactment. If you're still willing to take part in it, we'll head up there pretty quick. I wouldn't go too far.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Leave on a high note.
Ooh.
I mean, we just call that a Luke note.
Yup.
Ha 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 ha.
No high
I
force
also
here.
So I wanted to thank you, Luke, for calling 6 inches monstrous. Really feel appreciated. Really, you're a good friend, Luke.
I do what I can. Well, I don't want to end it, but I mean that feels like a pretty good place to end it.
Yup.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
Yeah, so the next thing is going to be pretty significant, so.
You think?
Yeah, I think it was a really good session.
Oh,
I had a really good time with
It
that.
was
That was actually
It
a
was
really,
really
good first
fun.
session.
Well, boys
I
and
got-
girls,
Yeah.
thank you very much. I'm going to sign off the stream here. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time to continue this story. Lots more laughs, lots of more good times, lots more dice. Hopefully, no more natural. I mean, fuck you. Roll a bunch of more natural ones, but hopefully the luck's a little bit more in your favor with the dice. Raise a glass. Continue to enjoy the Polyhedral Pub. My name's Luke. I go by Repercussions.
Can we
And-
also shout out Lady Reaper
Yes.
For
Oh,
her
unmistakably.
amazing job.
Unmistakably. If you're watching my stream on my feed, check it out. It's so well done. She's been picking my brain about some of these details, and I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. It's like so out of my wheelhouse, but it sounds amazing. She's done all these little things like with the inspiration, with these little flames. There's a dragon that comes by every now and then again in the background, like timing it out, Sirenscape. She's done all this work. It is absolutely beautiful. It is so well done. Thank you very much. We'll show you it every single episode. Again, the background music that you hear throughout my streams will be from Sirenscape. It is specific to this campaign, Shadow of the Dragon Queen. Top tier. It's really good. I like it. Yeah, we'll see you in 2 weeks. Thanks for watching, boys and girls.
Yep.
Sign off
Thank
the
you.
stream.
Bye bye.
See ya.